Hello, hello, hello. Hello. Hi, everybody. How is it going? It's Friday and we are live. Time for our stream. I need to get the chat up. We got that. Oh, let me set it to live chat. I don't know why that's different between live chat and like top chat. I don't know if the URL is different though. Okay. Hello! Hi, Cassidy. Yes, I remembered my chat. Hello, Cassie, one of our moderators in the house. Good to see you. Tyler, hello. Becca, hello. Renaissance Fairy, hello. Lee, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Thank you for joining. Thank you to everyone who has returned, our regulars. And if you're new, my name is Jan Erickson. I go by Jan Daemon on YouTube, and this is my channel, of course. I am Neogenian, and I like to commentate on stuff going on around the world. Except for today isn't going to be so much commentary. It's just going to be like looking into. The title's obvious, and this is something I've just been pretty much thrown into like this whole week since Saturday. So this is a very in-depth, very complex topic, and we're going to start talking about it. What better way to get to know about something than to start looking at it and talking about it? So we got a lot of serious discussion about this today. It's a really serious issue. Lots of people are suffering in this situation, and we're going to take a look at why this is happening. We're going to take a look at why, what's going on. Katrina says, did you see Bo's take on that? No, I haven't seen that yet. I have seen a lot of takes on this, like, all week long. Like, it's literally just been all on my plate this week. I haven't really had time to look into anything else. And there's even, like, I think new information about, like, Ruby Frankie and Jodie Hildebrandt and stuff like that, and I haven't even had the time. This is such a serious thing, and I have to be very careful how I talk about this, you know? I'm not going to throw out I'm going to choose my words carefully. I'm going to talk about this as factually as I can. Oh, thank you, Mark, for the super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. And thank you for coming. Hello, hello. And hello, heretical response. Let's see. So yeah, we're going to be talking about this today. I'm going to be really careful about this. And the thing about being careful, a lot of it's because there's so much propaganda, okay? We're talking about people's personal reality tunnels. And we've got, and reality tunnel, just real quick, it's just like your perspective on life, like how you view things. Like, that's your reality. It's like your tunnel. It's how you see things. It's shaped a certain way. It's shaped by your emotions, what you experience, how you grew up, what you were taught, your beliefs. We've got reality tunnel war going on when it comes to propaganda. The propaganda part is an extreme war of the mind. We have to be very careful with that. And on top of this propaganda war of the mind, there's a physical war where people are literally getting slaughtered and they are dying. That's the serious part of this. That's why we need to be careful, because this isn't like how we approach subjects of like Christianity, where we just like go to town on it and we make jokes and things like this. Like, people are dying. We have to be careful how we talk about this, all right? Because I know with this situation, there's a lot of conflict going on. There's people who are in support of Israel. There's people who are in support of Palestine. It's just I'm definitely not going to be about choosing sides. Like, this isn't about presenting this to you and be like, okay, now which side are you on, kids? Like, we're not going to do that. You can go ahead and have your opinions. You can think and feel like, if, hey, I, inclined to like be on this side of these people more than these people, that's fine. I'm not going to tell people how to think, and I sure as hell am not an expert on this. And my opinion on the matter is still developing, but who gives a shit about my opinion, honestly? Who gives a shit about any of our opinions who are here in the US or anywhere in another country that's not directly affected by this at all? Okay, let's face the facts here. I'm a person on YouTube, and this is a serious situation that's affecting millions of lives. But I live stream about stuff that's going on in the world, and this is huge. So we got to take a look at this. We got to talk about it. And I know it's going to be intense, it's ugly, it's violent. We're going to be using words and descriptions, and we're going to see things that are very uncomfortable and disturbing. So it's going to be that kind of a night. So get your wits about you. And thank you for those who stick with me this entire stream. And for those of you who are like, I don't know, like not in the mood, or just like this is going to be triggering or something, like take a break. Go enjoy your Friday. I just want to portray like the seriousness of all this, because it's not something to just haphazardly like throw around opinions, views, and like information. So what happened? Last week when we live streamed, we were talking about the House of Representatives being voted out, Kevin McCarthy, and that whole situation, which is unfortunate and selfish of America at this point in time, because like a Speaker of the House is, we really need one to to actually establish what we're going to do about the situation here, and if having any involvement, with the issue in the Middle East. But that was the subject we were talking about. And the day after, Saturday, is when all hell broke loose. And there was an attack in Israel at a rave. It was like a rave. It was like a EDM like thing. They tried to, I noticed like some things there, like it was a peace like event. It was like, yeah, okay, I get it, plur, but it was just like, it was a music festival. It was like a dance festival type of thing. So anyways, a radicalized group attacked people in Israel. They attacked this event, and it was a very brutal, like, rape and pillage situation. Like I said, we're going to be using the ugly words. Frankly, I also got to say, like, getting into this, I don't know what we're going to look at that's, like, because it's so violent, like, I'm not going to show anything, try not to show anything that's going to be shutting the stream down or anything like that, but I wouldn't be surprised if this stream, frankly, is just not monetized. Like, I'm just not really going to care about that. As long as we don't end up watching any clips or things that end up shutting down the stream entirely, when it shuts the shit. If that happens, please stay in the room. in the chat room because it will pop back up. It's just kind of like gives me a slap on the wrist and says, no, you can't watch that video, in which case we have to be like, well, shit, and find like something else. That did happen a little bit last week. So, where was I? I don't know. Let's say hello to people coming in. Kevin, hello. Kevin Hall. Halloween Mom. Hey, Susan. Susan is another moderator, but she is watching, not listening. I mean, the opposite. Listening, not watching much. So, anyways, Saturday, yes, a radicalized group called Hamas attacked Israel and slaughtered a bunch of people. They attacked not only this music event, but I believe in general as well. And we're talking to the point of dragging people out of their homes and children out of their homes and just slaughtering women, children, anybody and anything. Totally violating, raping, pillaging, all of that. Brutal fucking like shit. But that's just where we're starting, okay? This is where we're just starting at this point in the timeline. There's a rich like history around like what led up to this. So at this point, if you know nothing about like what's going on, which I'm going to try and do my best to just, approach it from that sort of an angle, not like as an official teacher, but just like taking you, as I say, like with a lot of things, I'm taking you along the journey with like discovering this thing. So it's like, oh my God, this terrorist group called Hamas attacked Israel, and what the hell is this all about? Let's start from here. This is our starting point because it's so recent. So just put that little pin in the map. Hopefully my voice won't get too dry. My throat's been hurting a lot lately. I don't know what's going on. Like I feel like my voice is like doing lots of weird stuff. Anyway, so October 7th, Saturday, the Palestinian group Hamas carried out a surprise attack on Israel on an unprecedented scale, firing thousands of rockets, infiltrating militants into Israeli territory, and taking an unknown number of hostages. So they took hostages. At least 100 Israelis have died. This is, I feel like, a little old. Maybe, because I think like a lot more have died. I feel like this isn't the article I wanted. Anyways. I have so many fucking tabs. So why Hamas attacked? We're going to talk about that because it's not exactly unprovoked, and I'm not saying that as validating that, because I just want to say, first and foremost, I do not stand with violence. We're going to get into that. So who is Hamas? Hamas has a military wing known as words I cannot pronounce, but it pretty much means wait. Sorry, I'm just confused because like I lined up my thing here. Oh, that's why. Sorry, I lined up my tabs and now I'm like reading something different from the what I was reading to begin with. So for a minute I'm like, "Oh, did I screw up my tabs?" Because I'm like, "This is not how this started." Anyways, we're trying to learn about Hamas. Hamas is a what's established to be a terrorist group. It's like a radicalized group that considers themselves freedom fighters on behalf of Palestinians. But it's important to keep in mind that not they don't represent Palestine. They don't represent all Palestinian people. It's just this very radicalized like Islamic group that are like sort of they're like a Muslim brotherhood. They are. Okay, so Hamas formed in late 1987. So 1987, that's actually pretty recent. At the beginning of the first Palestinian intifada, which is like an uprising. And I have to make this bigger because I need to read the words. So its roots are in the Palestinian branch of the Muslim Brotherhood, and it is supported by a robust socio-political structure inside Palestinian territories. We're going to talk about what the hell is exactly Palestinian territories after this. The group's charter calls for establishing an Islamic Palestinian state in place of Israel and rejects all agreements made between the PLO and Israel. Hamas has strength has concentrated in Gaza Strip and areas of West Bank. And again, we're going to go over like the geographical stuff later. I just want you to get it in your head like what Hamas is first. And Hamas is just like means like the Islamic like resistance, I think, or something. Like what does that's what I thought this starts. I thought this started out with a paragraph like Hamas stands for this. Yeah, so it's just like it means like the Islamic resistance movement. It's an acronym. It's an acronym, and it means the Islamic resistance movement. So they're very much religious, I'd say. So Hamas has a military wing known as words I can't pronounce and has conducted many anti-Israel attacks on both Israel and Palestinian territory since the 1990s. These attacks have included large-scale bombings against Israeli civilian targets, small arms attacks, and provides roadside explosives and rocket attacks. Okay, so they've been pretty damn destructive. In 2006, the group in early 2006 won legislative elections in the Palestinian territories. Okay, so it's not like it's super rogue like Mad Max style is because I feel like a lot of Western thinking people like as in like of the Americas and stuff were like, oh, this is what we imagine, like Mad Max style stuff. It's like no, get that's it's a bit more sophisticated than that, definitely. Isn't the whole thing Katrina asks, isn't the whole thing a religious war? Kind of. I would not go as to far as to say it's only a religious war. I think religion is definitely a massive factor in it. It's definitely a tool. I'm definitely, and this is coming from a place where I used to think like literally everything in the world like conflict is just pure religion, and I guess if you think about it in a certain way, yes. But religion as a whole is used it isn't just is, if that makes sense. It's not just there. It's created and used. So it's like, yeah, it's used in these situations, but it's not the whole reason these situations are happening. At least not from the point of like the people who are initiating these wars and conflicts. I think the people that they convince to get involved with it and to fight with it think it's all about religion. I think the common people think it's all about religion because it takes it to a more personal place. But I don't. But just directly speaking, I don't think this is just religious. It is on like notoriously religious lands though. I mean, come on, we're talking about the all of like Jerusalem and shit like that, like all of that area. These are definitely holy lands. These are holy lands that are sought by Christians, Muslims, and Jews. You know, the holy trifecta of mainstream religion. See, my throat already is like giving out on me. Um, why is it so bright in here? Stop it. So, more on Hamas. They are for, or fighting for, or they think they're fighting for, the Palestinian people. I'm trying to be careful to make a serious distinction between this group and everyday Joe Schmo Palestinian, okay? And I'm not going to keep repeating that over and over and over and over and over again. It's something that I feel like I should like just state once. It's like we don't need to keep reiterating that because I don't want the entire conversation of tonight to be about nitpicking Palestine when we can just go ahead and establish, of course, not every Palestinian is Hamas. And I'm pretty sure there's Palestinians that are against Hamas. So let's get that out of the way and keep that in our minds. Because there's nothing that Hamas does that I endorse or agree with or think is cool in any way whatsoever. So, anyways, the group Hamas in early 2006 won legislative elections in the Palestinian territories. Yay, democracy. Anyways, ending the secular Fatah party's hold on the Palestinian Authority. It was like the Hamas and then like the group Fatah, challenging Fatah's leadership of the Palestinian nationalist movement. Hamas continues to refuse to recognize or renounce violent resistance against Israel and in early 2008 conducted a suicide bombing killing one civilian and as well as numerous rocket and mortar attacks that have injured civilians. The US government has designated Hamas as a foreign terrorist organization. Of course it did. Hamas in June 2008 entered into a 6-month agreement with Israel that significantly reduced rocket attacks. Following the temporary calm, Hamas assumed its rocket attacks, which precipitated a major Israeli military operation in the late December 2008. After destroying much of Hamas infrastructure in the Gaza Strip, Israel declared a unilateral ceasefire on the 18th of January 2009. So Hamas and Fatah in April 2011 agreed to form an interim government and hold elections, reaffirming its pledge in February 2012. Hamas departed its longtime political headquarters in Damascus on February and dispersed throughout the region as Syrian President Bashar al-Assad's crackdown on the opposition in the country made remaining in Syria unattainable for the group. So in May 2012, Hamas claimed to have established 300-strong force to prevent other Palestinian resistance groups from firing rockets into Israel. Conflict broke out again in November while Hamas had worked to maintain with its spread rockets. Blah 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 blah. Conflict. Anyways, let's take a minute to put a bookmark in this. Okay, we understand there's this terrorist organization. Let's backtrack, and I hope to God, I don't know if this is gonna claim or not, like, let us watch it. We're gonna try though, because this was like a very just like plain Jane like talk about like what's going on between Palestine and Israel. The part that I kind of like focus on is from the Second World War. Before that, I feel like it's just kind of like extra. A lot of what's happening today, I feel like, is from what like happened after World War II, because as you know, Nazi Germany like seriously persecuted Jews, and when the Nazi Germany was defeated, there had to be a place to put Jews, and that's when Israel came about to be. And so that's the kind of like the point of like interest for me, is when things happen from that. Please let us watch this. Please let us watch this. Please let us watch this. And please don't block my stream. I could not figure out like if this is going to dismiss. Okay. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, sorry, pause. I just realized that I have a button to insert ads like whenever I want. We might start doing ad breaks while I pee. That actually would be a good idea. Anyways, let's carry on. Let's see. I realized that I haven't been showing my window this whole entire time, which is okay because earlier I was just reading. However, you definitely want to see this. Kevin Hall blowback, how Israel helped to create Hamas. Well, I mean, we're going to be getting into things before we start pointing fingers. In fact, I'm not here to point fingers. I'm here to fucking, like, figure out what's going on. But okay, kids. Unless you're especially well educated, I'm pretty sure none of y'all are brushed up on history as, you know. I sure as hell ain't. Let's go. Let's learn.
Israel, the world's only Jewish state, located east of the Mediterranean Sea, and Palestine, the territory of the Arab population that hails from the Israel-controlled land, have long been known for their enduring conflict with the Israeli occupation of the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. The tension between Israel and Palestine has been deteriorating in years, climaxing with many violent clashes between the two sides.
Yeah, we get that.
Early history of Israeli-Palestinian conflict. In the 17 centuries BC, following the call of God, 3 patriarchs of the Jewish people, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, settled in Canaan, a region approximating present-day Israel, the West Bank, and the Gaza Strip.
Old ass butt fucking biblical times, essentially.
Parts of Lebanon, Syria, and Jordan. The region later had the name the Land of Israel, the Promised Land, the Palestine region, or the Holy Land. In 1000 BC, King Saul established the Israelite monarchy, which then
This is biblical times, I'm sure.
was ruled by King David, who made Jerusalem the capital of his kingdom.
King David, we're all familiar with King David. I know you are.
And his son, King Solomon, who built the first temple in Jerusalem. After the death of King Solomon, the united monarchy was split into the Kingdom of Israel in the north, with Samaria as the capital, and the Kingdom of Judah in the south, with Jerusalem as the capital. The land became home to a majority of Jews, but then it was subject to numerous conquests of various groups, leading to the significant decrease of the Jewish population on the land. One of these conquests was conducted by the Roman Empire, who gave the name Palestine to Judah, intending to break the Jewish connection with the land of Israel. During this time, Christianity, which started as a Jewish sect, ultimately became a...
Also, I gotta say, even though this is supposed to be just informational, be careful with how people word things, because that also can give into propaganda just through, like, basic, like, telling of, like, what situations are. So just try to take this as just geological, like, information, or geographical information.
Dominant religion toward the end of the Roman Empire. In the 7th century came an Arab conquest, beginning the spread of Islam. The Dome of the Rock was built on the ruin of the Second Temple, making Jerusalem the holy city to 3 monotheistic religions: Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. After Christians in Jerusalem were intensely persecuted by the Seljuk Turks, a Central Asian empire with ambition to expand its territory, Christians in Europe launched several crusades to bring the holy city back to the hand of the Christians.
Wait, I missed that. Was that the audio?
Jerusalem,
Sorry.
the holy city to 3...
Do you ever just look at something and listen, and then suddenly you, like, phase out, and you're like, wait a minute. I just totally, like, I started thinking about something else.
3 monotheistic religions: Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. After Christians in Jerusalem were intensely persecuted by the Seljuk Turks, a Central Asian empire with ambition to expand its territory, Christians in Europe launched several crusades to bring the holy city back to the hand of the Christians. During this time, many Jews were killed. Others were making pilgrimages everywhere, mostly in Western Europe. From the 16th century to World War I, the whole...
Elise! Hello, Elise. Elise is one of our moderators. Says, yes, Jan, I agree. I would ask the people to keep reason, empathy, and wisdom in mind before throwing out comments on such a topic, so as not to cause more pain and harm in what's really going on in the world. Exactly. Well, and just to keep things straight with our own people here, like, in the West, because, like, you know, a kid that's getting bombed in Gaza is not thinking about or worrying about what the fuck, like, we think, or, like, what the fuck I think. So it's like the world doesn't need us to bicker about useless details, I guess, is where I'm going with that. Or trying to, like, make it more about us, you know?
Holy Land, along with much of the Middle East, was ruled by the Ottoman Empire,
The Ottoman
an
Empire,
Islamic
baby.
superpower. The land was unofficially called Palestine. At the same time in Europe, more and more Jews were joining a movement called Zionism, aiming to create a Jewish national state.
I want you to take Zionism and keep that in your, like, put that to the side. Like, keep that in your notes, because we're going to visit the Zionism here.
In its ancient homeland. Hence, in the first decade of the 20th century, tens of thousands of Jews moved from Europe back to the region. Israel and Palestine under the British rule.
Okay, here is where I want to start with this conflict, like, keeping this in mind. Like, it's cool to, like, know, like, more of the ancient history, but let's start talking about this from, like, World War II.
World War I exploded and ended with the collapse of the Ottoman Empire.
Well, first we'll start
its
with
land
World
in the
War
Middle
I.
East was carved by the British and French empires. The British then gave more independence for Iraq and Jordan, and the region remaining under the control of Britain was what it called the British Mandate for Palestine, where Britain promised to establish a Jewish national homeland under its Balfour Declaration, which went into effect in 1923. Tensions between the Jews...
So you get that in World War I, the Ottoman Empire collapsed, okay? And that whole area was kind of, like, temporarily just, like, taken over by the French and Britain. So when they started delegating the land back to its people, or to the people, it started having a hand in states of affairs, like what becomes a state and what doesn't. So like here we go with like how Britain kind of started fucking this up a little bit, just a little bit.
Jews and the Arabs who both claimed the land grew, which even led to acts of violence. By the 1930s, following the increase...
Wait, let me back up, because I want y'all to pay attention to this from this part. Like, I really want you to pay
Israel
attention.
and Palestine under the British rule. World War I exploded and ended with the collapse of the Ottoman Empire. Its land in the Middle East was carved by the British and French empires. The British then gave more independence for Iraq and Jordan, and the region remaining under the control of Britain was what it called the British Mandate for Palestine, where Britain promised to establish a Jewish national homeland under its Balfour Declaration, which went into effect in 1923. Tensions between the Jews and the Arabs who both claimed the land grew, which even led to acts of violence. By the 1930s, following the increasing Jewish population in Palestine due to the fear of persecution during the Nazi reign in Germany, the British limited Jewish immigration. In response, the Jewish militias formed to both fight the Arabs and resist the British rule. Then came the Holocaust throughout Nazi Germany, which claimed almost 6 million Jewish lives. After the war, more and more...
This is where the tension on the Israeli Jewish side, I feel like, has really started to... I mean, obviously in the time of, like, the Roman Empire, Jews were under a lot of persecution and things like that. But, you know, we know, like, Nazi Germany to be, like, infamously, like, the most horrific historical incident against Jewish people, like, ever. So I want you to keep in mind just, like, the pain and the suffering that Jews have, like, endured from when we go along here. And we're going to keep in mind lots of different, like, pains and sufferings of different people. But let's start here. And the reason why we want to understand this sort of, like, emotional, moral, like, reality tunnel is so we can understand the whys people are reacting and just, like, how things are fueled on the side of the people, like how the propaganda works, how people are convinced to become violent, how violent groups become a product of suffering.
More Jews then fled from Europe to Palestine to seek a homeland, escalating the tension with the Arabs. Overwhelmed by the situation, Britain began to withdraw.
So, during World War II, Jews started to flee to Palestine, and that made things really tense for the Palestinians, who are primarily Muslim. Okay, we're talking Jews versus Muslims here. And the British, for some fucking reason.
From the region.
So, Jews are fleeing to Palestine. Nazi Germany is happening. They're getting fights with the Muslims. And then suddenly Britain is like, well, we're out. Good luck. We're going to leave. Good luck.
The birth of the Israel state. After World War II, the UN proposed a plan to partition Palestine into two independent states, a Jewish state and an Arab state, with the city of Jerusalem becoming an international zone with a special status. However, the plan according to which the Jewish, accounting for only 1/3 of the population, was granted more territory, 56.5% of the land, was rejected by the Arabs. They began to form volunteer armies throughout Palestine. Less than 1 year after that, as Britain completed its withdrawal from Palestine, Israel declared itself an independent state, marking a new, bloodier chapter in the struggle between the Jews and the Palestinian Arabs. The 1948 Arab-Israeli War. Right after the announcement of an independent Israel, a war between the Arabs and the Jews broke out, which was known as the 1948 Arab-Israeli War. The war involved 5 recently independent Arab nations: Egypt, Jordan, Iraq, Syria, and Lebanon, the Arab League, who invaded the region in an attempt to establish a unified Arab Palestine. However, a ceasefire agreement was reached a year later in which more than 2/3 of historic Palestine, including the West Jerusalem, belonged to Israel, while Jordan occupied East Jerusalem and the area known as the West Bank, and Egypt occupied the Gaza Strip. As a result, more than 750,000 Palestinians were expelled from the land where they lived for centuries on the...
And this is the part where the emotions come into play for Palestinians. Is living somewhere for centuries just to be forced out of your home.
Day that they call Al-Nakba, or the catastrophe. With the deteriorated dispute between the Jews and the Arabs, there came more wars and fighting in the following decades.
Al-Nakba is something I want you to keep in mind too. Of when the Palestinians were horribly forced out of their own homes.
60-Day War. It was in 1967...
Okay, he says 60-day war, but then the thing keeps saying 6-day war, so it's like, man, who fucked up the editing there?
When the 60-Day War broke out after a volatile period of diplomatic friction and skirmishes between Israel and its neighboring Arab states, Jordan, Syria, and Egypt. This brief war ended with the victory of Israel, giving Israel control over the Golan Heights from Syria, the West Bank and East Jerusalem from Jordan, and Gaza and the Sinai Peninsula from Egypt. Sinai was later returned to Egypt under the Egypt-Israel Peace Treaty. After the war, most Palestinian refugees...
And that was just in 1979. Okay. Shit's been happening really seriously there. Pretty recently. I mean, for a long time, obviously. That's not what I mean. It's just like, I'm trying to put it into perspective. We're not talking about shit that's happened, like, hundreds of years ago, you know? Like, this is very current conflict.
Their descendants were not allowed to return to their homes, but had to live in Gaza, the West Bank, and neighboring Jordan, Syria, and Lebanon.
Alright, let me back up, so you know
West Bank and East Jerusalem from Jordan, and Gaza and the Sinai Peninsula from Egypt. Sinai was later returned to Egypt under the Egypt-Israel Peace Treaty. After the war, most Palestinian refugees and their descendants were not allowed to return to their homes, but had to live in Gaza, the West Bank, and neighboring Jordan, Syria, and Lebanon.
So the Palestinians are ostracized from their original homes still, and they're forced to live in these other places.
The First Intifada and the Oslo Accords. The rising number of Israelis settling in the Palestinian territories in the West Bank and Gaza gave rise to the PLO, the Palestinian Liberation Organization, first founded in Cairo, Egypt in 1964 to create a liberated Palestine in Israel. The PLO launched attacks on Israel from its base in Jordan. It was then forced to move from Jordan to Lebanon, starting to carry out acts of terrorism against Israel. Fighting went on for years, including the Israeli invasion of Lebanon to kick the PLO out of Beirut. The PLO eventually agreed to divide the land between Palestine and Israel, but there were still more and more Jewish settlers moved into the Israel-occupied Palestinian territory.
Palestinians already feel cornered, okay, at this point. And now here's where we're talking about Jewish settlers, or I mean, it was Israeli settlers on the West Bank.
In 1987, a violent Palestinian uprising was ignited, starting from the Jabalia refugee camp after an Israeli Defense Forces truck collided with 2 Palestinian civilian vans, killing 4 of them. This was known as the First Intifada. This bloody conflict, resulting in hundreds of deaths, triggered a peace process with the signing of the Oslo Accords by Israel and the PLO, the Oslo I Accord signed in Washington, D.C., and the Oslo II Accord in Taba, Egypt. According to the Oslo Accords, the West Bank was divided into 3 areas. Area A was exclusively controlled by the Palestinians. Area B was controlled by both the Palestinians and Israel. Area C was fully controlled by Israel. The Second Intifada. Though further peace talks continued in 2000, the Israelis and Palestinians could not reach agreements on issues like the status of Jerusalem, rights of refugees, and the increased Jewish settlement in Palestinian lands. Ariel Sharon, a Jewish Israeli who would later become Israel's prime minister, visited the Temple Mount, home to the Al-Aqsa Mosque in Jerusalem. The action was deemed offensive by many Palestinians, and the Second Intifada broke out. The violence ended with Israel's withdrawal from Gaza, but continued to settle in the West Bank. Israel conflict with Hamas. Hamas is a Sunni Islamist militant group aiming to destroy the state of Israel and create an Islamic state. After the armed conflict between Hamas and Fatah, who managed the PLO, Hamas split from the Palestinian Authority and gained power in the Gaza. Israel put Gaza under a suffocating blockade.
I know, Susan, I know. That's why I'm just like, I'm like, really isn't like the best, but it's just, I like the visuals and the basics.
Leading to several bloody wars between the two groups in the Gaza Strip, including Operation Cast Lead, Operation Pillar of Defense.
I mean, there was always from what I'm gathering from this, there was always like a resistance for wanting like Palestinian independence and things like that. It's just what I'm seeing is Hamas was like the more like super radical extremist, like, no, we gotta fucking like kill for this. Whereas like Fatah, I'm not sure, I could be fucking wrong and look like a fucking idiot, but I don't think they were quite as extreme. But at some point, Hamas was voted into power. And since Hamas was voted into power like 17 years ago, there hasn't been a sort of election since. That like Palestine really hasn't had much say politically. Like the people have had no say. They're just kind of like at the mercy of not necessarily Hamas against them, but just like how they're represented. So that's why it's really important not to conflate Palestinian people with the radicalized group. But it's important to understand why the radicalized group formed to begin with. Okay? The radicalized group formed because they felt very backed into a corner.
Protective edge. In 2014, Hamas and Fatah reached agreement to form a national unity government. In 2018, the U.S. Embassy was relocated from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem, which was deemed by the Palestinians as a signal of American support for Jerusalem as Israel's capital. 2021. The conflict between Israel and Palestine was reassumed by a series of hostile events in East Jerusalem, leading to several acts of violence until a ceasefire deal brokered by Egypt, Qatar, and the United Nations came into effect on May 21st. Peaceful though it may seem now, the complex and long-lasting territorial dispute between two states is a ticking time bomb that can explode any time. Thanks for watching. If you find this information useful, please give us a thumbs up and share.
Great. I hope that starts to give you an idea. Oh wait, where's my... I've lost some of my tabs. I've totally lost some of my tabs. What is going on here? Because we're gonna look at another... Wait. Why can't I see all of my history? See all? Yeah. What do you mean yesterday? Alright, hold on. Look away, talk amongst yourselves, pretend I'm a lot more organized. I swear I was a lot more organized. I just like, suddenly I'm like, I think I got overly organized to the point where like I accidentally deleted things that I really didn't mean to have deleted from the tab list. There is, oh my god, I just gotta say, and honestly, like, my feelings really don't matter in the grand scheme of things, but just like investing so much time into this situation, like the whole week, it's been so emotional and exhausting. Like, I just, like, there's so much fucking information, there's so many questions, there's so many things to just like, hey, I gotta pause here and look up this extra thing and then come back to the thing that I paused on and unpause it and then continue that, and then, oh, now I gotta pause that and like figure out something else. Like, there's just like rabbit hole after rabbit hole after rabbit hole. And then like I'm just so stressed about propaganda, and I'm like, what if I'm being led astray? Like, what if I think I know, suddenly I don't know as well as I think I do? Like, it's so hard, like, talking about like shit like this. And the whole time I'm like, there's like people dying right now. There's people, and not just children. There are children being slaughtered right now. This video is by Vox, and I'm suspicious that Vox might copyright claim me. We'll see. Again, if the chat cuts out for any reason or goes black, just stay in the chat room and it'll come back shortly, okay?
This is me driving in what I think is one of the most bizarre places in the world. I just crossed over from Israel into the West Bank. If you look at a map of where I'm driving right now, you'll see a jumbled mess of Palestinian towns and villages, which are shown in green, and Israeli settlements, which are in blue. Many people think of this territory as Palestine, but of the 3 million people living out here, almost 20% of them are Jewish Israeli citizens. The Israelis living out here are called settlers. They live in the West Bank, but they're citizens of Israel. As I drive, I'm looking at effectively two different nations woven into each other through decades of conflict.
So I think that's where the confusion of just like what exactly is Israel and what exactly is Palestine. Let's go to Google Maps. Okay. Goodbye. Let's travel around the globe. Do 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 do. Let's zoom in. Do 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 do. So, we have the Gaza, all of Israel, like this. I wish you could see my mouse better. Is there like some sort of layers? Terrain? No, that's worse for me. I need some sort of thingies. Satellite? Okay. I guess, I don't know. Anyways. No. Oh my god. Jan, get yourself together. Anyways. There's all of Israel, okay? And then we have the Palestinians, which inhabit the Gaza Strip here, which is small. It's like, I've heard it compared to like Rhode Island, okay? I mean, we're talking like a really small little place. That's jam-packed with a lot of people. I think a couple of million people. Okay, that's a highly densely populated area. And the average age of this highly populated, this densely populated little area that Palestinians live in, and some Israelis too, I think, but they're children. The average age is 18. Like, we're talking like a densely packed city of extremely young people. We have the West Bank. The West Bank is kind of like up here around Jerusalem. The West Bank is spotted up, like it's just very spotty and splotchy and splatty between Palestinians and Israelis. Okay, Israel has its state, but it's traveling. Israelis are traveling into the West Bank from its own state, established state, and settling. They're going in, and they're literally kicking Palestinians out of their homes, and they're making it very difficult for them to get along. So I also got to bring up that when we're talking about Gaza, the Gaza Strip, because it's so small here, right? And it's all inside Israel, with Egypt here at its bottom border. It's all surrounded by Israel, right? So there's like literally a huge fucking like multiple tier fence and guarding over like the border of Gaza. Like, you can't get in and out of it without being seriously like, you have to like go through checkpoints. You in most cases have to be searched. So it's not like people can travel around there freely, okay? There's a fence around it, okay? It's fenced in. It's bordered in with lots of guards, guns, and weapons, and checking, and making sure, like, nobody gets in or out that they don't want. And for a lot of the people born in Gaza, it's essentially a prison. It's what they often refer to as an open air prison, where there's not really anything going on within there. Well, there is now, but I mean, like, it's prison. So let's back up a little bit and keep that in mind as we're looking at, where is Palestine? Where is Israel? Well, Israel is got its own established land, and Palestine is looking pretty cornered to me.
Of Palestinian towns and villages, which are shown in green, and Israeli settlements, which are in blue. Many people think of this territory as Palestine, but of the 3 million people living out here, almost 20% of them are Jewish Israeli citizens. The Israelis living out here are called settlers. They live in the West Bank, but they're citizens of Israel. As I drive, I'm looking at effectively two different nations woven into each other through decades of conflict. I visited 15 settlements all over the West Bank, talking to people who've decided to pack up and move out into the middle of disputed land. We'll meet them in coming videos, but first I want to take a look at the maps that help explain.
Also, I want you to keep in mind, I'm not interested in this guy, this presenter's like opinion, or like, I'm just trying to look at geographical facts, or getting
how
the
the West Bank
geographical
got to look like
experience.
this. So let's go back to 1948, when the map looked a lot different. Back then, all this land was controlled by Great Britain. And due to growing tensions between Jews and Arabs, the UN worked with Britain to split the land into two states. One for Jews, Israel, and another one for Arabs, Palestine. The Jews in the region accepted this plan and declared independence as the State of Israel. But the Arab states in the region saw this plan as just more European colonialism. They didn't accept the plan and instead declared war on Israel.
The Palestinians did not appreciate Britain coming in and telling them where they can stay in their land that they've been in for centuries, while giving it to Israel and establishing it as like the land of the Jews. But keep in mind how much persecution Jews faced to be super on edge themselves. We need to keep in mind why each side is emotionally fueled and fired up about things, okay?
Israel won the war, pushing well past the borders of the UN plan. During the peace negotiations, a ceasefire line was drawn in green ink. It became known as the Green Line. It wasn't necessarily a border, it was just a ceasefire line, with this being the State of Israel, and this section being controlled by Jordan, who had taken control of it during the war. The Jordanians named this newly seized land the West Bank because it was west of the Jordan River. The fragile ceasefire remained until 1967, when Israel fought another war with its Arab neighbors. Israel wasn't looking to take over land in this war, but in just 6 days
See, that's where I'm like, I don't know, dude.
of fighting, it blew past the Green Line and seized a whole swath of land, including the entire West Bank. Suddenly, Israel had a decision to make. Do they make the West Bank a part of Israel and give the 1.1 million Arabs living there Israeli citizenship and voting rights? Do they give the land back to their enemy Jordan? Or else do they let the people create their own Palestinian state? This became a major debate in Israeli politics. Many Israelis saw this war they just won as not just a military victory, but a religious sign that the
So, keep that in mind. The Israeli people not only saw this as a military victory, but a religious sign. And this is where I say I don't think religion is the sole reason for why everyone's doing whatever they're doing. I think it's just a tool being used. I think it's something implemented in it. I think it's something that's a part of it. Yes, exactly. That's what we're going over. We're going over hi Mark. Hello Mark, our lovely moderator. We just got past the part where Britain pretty much was like, here, you Arabs stay here and Israelis stay here, and then they left. And they're like, all right, now play nice. And it's not going nicely. And we're just into the establishing of Gaza and the West Bank and how Israeli Jews are starting to settle in the West Bank.
Jews were meant to return to the place where a huge amount of Jewish history happened, the hills of the ancient Judea and Samaria, which is basically the entire West Bank. So while the government was debating what to do, Israeli civilians began moving into the West Bank without any permission from the government. They just started setting up homes, establishing a Jewish presence in this region. Suddenly,
So that's what I want y'all to keep in mind. Like, the Israelis just started establishing themselves and settling themselves in Palestinian areas and being like, well, goodbye.
Debate about what to do with the West Bank had to take into account the growing number of Israeli civilians that were living there. But the rest of the world did not approve of this. As the settler presence grew, the UN issued a resolution saying that the settlements had no legal validity and that they constitute a serious obstruction to achieving a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace in the Middle East. They were basically saying that this settler activity was totally illegal. Two different narratives emerged here. One said that Jewish civilians were moving on to mostly empty plots of land that they had captured in a war, and that had deep historical and spiritual significance to them. The other side, which is the side that most of the world took, said that these settlers were colonizing land to expand their nation. In spite of international condemnation, the number...
I don't think I like his explaining of the narratives there. I don't think he did it just explaining the narratives. So, like, you gotta be careful. Even when you look at information that seems to be basic, you need to keep an eye open for propaganda and how they're wording things and framing things. even when they're seemingly in a position of neutrality, and even from sources that you usually find reliable, like when it comes to covering war conflicts, always keep in mind about propaganda.
The number of settlers in the West Bank grew. Over the next few decades, more and more factions of the Israeli government began to support the settler movement, allocating public resources and granting permits for building. The Israeli Housing Ministry and military began developing plans on how to develop the West Bank. They built roads.
Also, keep in mind that America is giving, like, military support to Israel. Like, we're giving them stuff.
Throughout the entire region, allowing easy access between the settlements and mainland Israel. More and more building permits were given out, and planned communities began popping up all over the West Bank. The settlements slowly shifted from a fringe group of motivated civilians to an institutionalized part of Israeli society, totally supported by the state. Here are the Palestinian towns in the West Bank. Watch how the settlements weave throughout these Palestinian towns. Palestinians didn't like this encroachment. They began protesting.
You see how spotty it is? You see how the settlers, like, they take a plot of land and then it's like right next door to a Palestinian and they're like, hey, wait a minute, like, you're getting a bit too close.
Often with extreme violence. Between the violence and the condemnations from the international community of the settlements, the situation became unsustainable. So, in the mid-1990s, American President Bill Clinton, Israeli Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin, and Palestinian leader Yasser Arafat signed the Oslo Accords, agreements that established a Palestinian government and split the West Bank into 3 sections. Area A gave Palestinians total control over security and government. This makes up about 18% of the West Bank, but most of the Palestinian population centers are here. This was a big deal because it gave Palestinians self-rule for the first time. Area B was designated for Palestinian government control while retaining Israeli security control, meaning the Israeli military remains very present there. Area B is about 22% of the West Bank. Area C remained completely under the Israeli military and government control. This is where all the settlements are in Area C, and it's about 60% of the West Bank. So this is basically how we ended up with this mess of a map. Israelis can come and go from mainland Israel through really nice roads that go straight to the settlements. They call these roads flyovers because they bypass Palestinian villages and give easy access from one settlement to the other. But not every settlement has one of these flyover roads. Palestinians can drive on almost all the roads in the West Bank, but their movement is often more difficult, more restricted. They have to stop at checkpoints and get their car inspected sometimes. Sometimes it makes for some really long lines. But certainly one of the most difficult aspects of this carved-up land situation is how it hinders Palestinians from being able to build an economy. Area C, which is under Israeli control, contains the majority of the West Bank's agricultural land, as well as the water and mineral resources. Palestinian companies are severely restricted in accessing these resources, which takes a huge hit on their economy. So with these 3 sections agreed upon by both sides, the settlements continued to grow in Area C. But in 2005, something happened that would ignite even more passion for the settler movement in Israel. Prime Minister Ariel Sharon decided to remove 8,500 settlers from the Gaza Strip, which was another disputed area where there was a lot of settlements. Seeing Israelis forcibly evicted, their homes demolished, left a huge mark on the country, especially the settlers. They immediately redoubled their effort to settle the West Bank, and the numbers continued to grow. Most people who think about a resolution to this conflict propose a 2-state solution, meaning giving the Palestinians a state somewhere in this West Bank region. But if you look at this map, you can start to see that it's getting harder and harder to do that. The settlers living in the West Bank are not living in tents or caravans. They're living in developed communities with schools and hospitals and even a university. It's not going to be that easy to uproot these communities. In the next video, I'll go inside the settlements and talk to the people who are living there.
Jewish people have come home. That's not going to change.
Who are these nutcases who are moving out of their own will into this battle zone?
I hope that gives you a good picture of geographically where Israel is and where Palestinians are. As you can see, Palestinians are very spread out, few far in between, and the land that they do have is being encroached upon by Israelis. And yeah, that is an encroachment. I that's one thing I'm not going. That's an encroachment. I'm sorry. I have to pee, so hold on for a minute, and I'm gonna come back. I need a pee screen. I'm gonna start developing that. I really am. Okay, hold on. Okay, I'm coming back. Ugh. So far, we've got like two groups here, just desperate for their own right to live in a place where they feel like they belong. We have the Israeli Jews, who were established, like Jewish people were severely persecuted during Nazi Germany. When that was said and done over, the British helped the Jews establish their home again. The problem is the home that is established for them is also the home of Palestinians or, Muslims. We got Muslims, we got Jews here, we got, Israeli Jews, Palestinian Muslims. The Israeli state is established. The Palestinian state, not so much. Palestinians are sort of forced and sectioned off into these two little areas. The tiniest area being the Gaza Strip, the other one being the West Bank. But Israeli Jews are moving in and settling on Palestinian areas in the West Bank. Okay. The Palestinian Muslims are feeling cornered. And they're feeling the need to fight back against this occupation of Israeli Jews. I'm trying to put this in terms of I want you to understand why both sides feel so passionately about this situation, okay? We want to keep that in mind. So currently, Saturday. Oh yeah, and we established that the Palestinians feel trapped, okay? They feel imprisoned because in Gaza, the Israelis enforced a whole fencing border around the Gaza Strip. And there's a lot of Israeli military presence in the West Bank to protect their settlers, their Jewish settlers. In the meantime, we have this extreme resistance force. Okay, we've got the group of people within Palestinians that feel so passionately like they're just the extremist, most radical fight back force. And they are taking very radical violent means to fight back. And if we can just like skip ahead to Saturday, when they attacked this music festival in Israel, this rave. They tried to say this, they're like, it's like a peace event. It's like, it's a rave. Come on. So, the night was a getaway. Thousands of young men and women gathered at a fast field in South Israel near Gaza border to dance without care. Old and new friends jumped up and down, revealing in swirl of the bass-heavy beats. Maya Appler was standing toward the back of the bar with teams of environmentally conscious volunteers, picking up trash and passing out free vodka shots to partygoers who reused their cups. That's such a weird detail to focus on when in the grand scheme of things. It's like, but they were clean. They picked up their trash. Anyways, just after 6 a.m., as the light blue dawn broke and the headliner DJ took the stage, air raid sirens cut through the ethereal trap music and rockets streaked overhead. So people were dancing, and suddenly there's rocket attacks. Where are these people getting these rockets? Jesus. Alper, 25 years old, jumped into her car and raced to the main road. But at the intersection, she encountered crowds of stricken festival attendees, shouting at drivers to turn around. Then a noise. Firecrackers? Panicked men and women staggering around the road just in front of her fell to the ground in pools of blood. Gunshots. Saturday's attack on the open-air tribe of Nova Music Festival is believed to be the worst civilian massacre in Israeli history, with at least 260 dead and a still undetermined number taken hostage. Dozens of Hamas militants who had blown through Israel's heavily fortified separation fence and crossed into the country from Gaza opened fire on about 3,500 young Israelis who had come together for a joyous night of electronic music to celebrate the Jewish holiday of Sukkot. Some attendees were drunk or high on drugs, magnifying their confusion and terror. Oh my god, that's a description. Okay, you're on ecstasy, and suddenly your buzz is severely killed. Literally. Hopefully it was just your buzz that was killed, because people were literally killed. So this happened just this last Saturday. The Associated Press reviewed more than a dozen videos taken during the massacre and interviewed survivors to reconstruct how the deadly attack unfolded. The party held in a dusty field outside of Kibbutz Re'em, about 3.3 miles, 5.3 kilometers from the wall that separates Gaza from southern Israel. We're hiding and running in an open field, the worst place you could possibly be in that situation, says Arik Nani from Tel Aviv, who had gone to the party to celebrate his 26th birthday. For a country where everyone in these circles knows everyone, this is a trauma like I could never imagine. While rockets rained down, revealers said militants converged on the festival site while others waited near bomb shelters, gunning down people who were seeking refuge. Many of the militants who arrived in trucks and on motorcycles were wearing body armor and brandishing AK-47 assault rifles and rocket-propelled grenades. Videos compiled by Israeli first responders and posted to the social media site Telegram show armed men plunging into panic crowd, mowing down fleeing revelers with bursts of automatic fire. Many victims were shot in the back as they ran. Israeli communities on either side of the festival grounds also came under attack, with Hamas gunmen abducting zones of men, women, and children, including elderly and disabled people, and killing scores of others in Saturday's unprecedented surprise attack. The staggering toll from the festival was becoming clear Monday as Israel's rescue service Zaka said paramedics had recovered at least 260 bodies. Festival organizers said they were helping Israeli security forces locate attendees who were still missing. The death toll could rise as teams continue to clear the area. And mind you, this is going back to Saturday, so we're long past this right now. As the carnage unfolded before her, Alper pulled a few disoriented-looking revelers into her car from the street and accelerated in the opposite direction. One of them said he had lost his wife in the chaos, and Alper had to stop him from breaking out of the car to find her. Another says she'd just seen Hamas gunmen shoot and kill her best friend. Another rocket in his seat, murmuring over and over. Another person rocked in his seat, murmuring over and over, "We are going to die." In the rearview mirror, Alper watched the dance floor where she had spent the last ecstatic hours transform into a giant cloud of black smoke. Festival goers who managed to make it to the road and parking lot where their vehicles were parked found themselves trapped in a traffic jam, with militants stalking the cars and spraying those inside with gunfire. Drone footage of the scene taken after the attack reviewed by AP shows chaotic lines of cars where drivers had attempted to flee. Some burned-out vehicles were flipped onto their sides, while others had bullet holes visible in shattered windows. "Nowhere is safe," Alper said. The roar of explosions, hysterical screams, and automatic gunfire fell closer to the further she drove. When the man, just meters away, shouted, "God is great," Alper and her new companion sprung out of the car and sprinted through open fields toward a mass of bushes. Alper felt bullet whizzed past her left ear. Aware the gunman would outrun her, she plunged into a tangle of shrubs. Peering through the thorns, she saw one of her passengers, the girl who had lost her friend, shriek and collapse as the gunman stood over her limp body, grinning. "I can't even begin to explain the energy the militants had. It was so clear they didn't see us as human beings," she said. "They looked at us with pure hate." Videos showed the gunmen execute some of the wounded at point-blank range as they crouched on the ground. Some of the militants even rifled through the vehicles of their victims, grabbing their purses and backpacks. An unknown number of people from the festival were taken hostage. A video posted to social media by militants and verified by the AP shows Israeli group Noah Arjamani and her partner Avinatan, or I don't know, being dragged away by their captors. Argamani, her face contorted in panic, shouts "No, no" in Hebrew while being forced onto a motorbike, sandwiched between two gunmen. She reaches out for Or, whose hands are bound behind his back as a group of militants march him forward. So their whereabouts are unknown, but Hamas claims it is now holding more than 100 Israelis as hostages. On Monday, the group threatened to begin systematically killing captives if the Israeli military bombs Palestinian areas without warning. For over 6 hours, Alper and thousands of other concert attendees hid without help from Israeli army as Hamas militants sprayed automatic gunfire and threw grenades. Her limbs were so contorted into a tangled mess in the bush that she couldn't wiggle her toes. At different points, she heard militants speak in Arabic just beside her. A yoga devotee who practices meditation, Alper, said she focused on her breath, breathing and praying in every way I knew possible. "Every time I thought of anger or fear or revenge, I breathed it out," she said. "I tried to think of what I was grateful for. The bush that hid me so well that even the birds landed on it. The birds were still singing, and the sky was so blue." A tank instructor in Israeli army, Alper knew she was safe when she heard a different kind of explosion, the sound of an Israeli army tank round. She shouted for help, and soon soldiers were lifting her out of the bush. Around her lay the lifeless body of one of her friends. The girl from her car that she had seen collapse was nowhere to be found. She believes that Hamas militants took her into Gaza. Alper said the Israeli army is on its way to fight Hamas militants in the hard-hit kibbutz of Be'er near Gaza border. Was a loss to know what to do with her. At the moment, a pickup truck of Palestinian citizens of Israel pulled up. The men from the Bedouin city of Rahat were scouring the area to help rescue Israeli survivors, helping help her into their car. They drove her to a police station where she collapsed crying into her father's arm. "This is not just a war, this is hell," she said, "but in that hell, I still feel somehow we can choose to act out of pure love and not just fear." So that is a really emotional insight to what happened there, to how they felt. I'd like to introduce you to another terrible incident experienced by the Palestinian people, to get a insight to their side. And this is also not what happened this Saturday, which again, here's why the conversation is hard, because I'm trying to show why both sides are heated. But at the moment, with that tragedy, Israeli people are suffering. And so it doesn't leave much room to talk about why Palestinians feel so deeply on their side of things without being labeled or seen as like supporting that, because I don't support that. But let's take a look at how our heartstrings can be pulled on each side. On May 11th last year, Shireen Abu Akleh, she was a Christian woman, a journalist, a Palestinian American journalist who was Christian, who was in Palestinian areas reporting on Israeli military presence and invasion in Palestine. So Shireen Abu Akleh, born in 1971, she died May 11, 2022. She was an Palestinian American journalist for the Al Jazeera News Network, also known through the Arab world, for her 25-year coverage of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. She was killed while reporting on the Israeli raid in West Bank. Okay, this happened last year. Very respected woman, very loved by Muslims and Palestinian people. She covered a lot of the pressure on Palestinian people by Israelis. She covered a lot of the Israeli invasion in Palestinian areas. And we're starting to talk about this because not Palestinians, I'm going to be very clear, the Hamas attack on Israel is Not necessarily unfounded. I mean, as in it happened. I mean, morally, the way the Hamas attacked civilians is not right. But it happened for a reason, okay? We have to talk about why it happened for a reason. It happened because they felt very fucking threatened and cornered. Here's an example of how they felt threatened and cornered. When they have Israeli army coming in to raid what little land they have, and they have this beloved reporter that is speaking on their side tell the world like how it really is. So in early 2022 in the West Bank, it began seeing the worst cycle of violence since the second Intifada, ending in 2005. Intifada. Infidada. A frittata. What is this? A dessert? Okay. Intifada. Okay, we just learned about those. Abu Akleh was reporting from Jenin on May 11th as the IDF. The IDF is like the Israeli Defense Force. So on May 11th, the Israeli military was conducting a raid. And despite wearing protective gear and a vest that said press, she got shot in the head. Okay. In war coverage, typically, because even though war is disgusting and war is violent, there's still rules of engagement. There's still there's still policies, and there's ideas, and there's things you do and don't do. And one of the things that like a lot of people can agree with is like, if somebody's labeled press, like as a journalist, you don't purposely try to kill them. You don't. I mean, it's not proper to attack civilians or innocent people. Or a medic. Yes, Mark. It's kind of like rules of the playground. And I know it's fucked up to be like, well, people are killing other people. Like, why even bother having rules? There's still kind of rules of engagement. You don't attack the medic. You don't attack civilians. And you don't attack reporters. It's just like, it's like an extremely frowned upon thing. So this beloved woman of the Palestinian Muslim people that they loved, that really saw them and really showed the atrocities that the Israeli army was committing against them, was just harshly slaughtered, just completely shot dead. And there's actually a video of it out there. And the Palestinian people were trying to hold a funeral for her. They had her in a coffin, and they were carrying her out, and they had the Palestinian flag over her coffin. They loved her. And she was just a reporter trying to speak for the people there, and the Israeli military just fucking killed her in cold blood. And they were trying to hold a funeral for her. And as they were carrying her coffin out and just trying to mourn and grieve the loss of this beloved woman, the IDF came in and they abused them. The IDF came in during the funeral as they were carrying the coffin. They beat the fuck out of those people. Literally just hauled ass into a crowd of people mourning the loss of this beloved woman. Beat them, and they almost dropped the coffin, and they tore the Palestinian flag off her coffin and ripped it up. You know, it's like, this is where, like, it's so fucking hard, because, like, I read the account of this girl at this music festival watching her friends die and stuff. And then, there's this other, other instances where it's like the Palestinian people just like can't catch a break. And it's just it's a really tense like situation, and it's not so black and white. It's not so black and white because it's black and white in terms of like when you talk about state entities or like government entities or things like that, or just if you talk about movements as their own thing. But when you're like trying to apply this to everyday people, like when it's not just on paper and in black and white, when it's actually in real life, it's not black and white at all. It's not. And there's so much propaganda flying out, and there's so many reasons for each side to hate each other. You know what I mean? There's plenty of reasons. And that's where the part of the discussion, which is I think is difficult, is because it's like, the Hamas attacked Israel. The Hamas attacked and brutal, mutilation and just like sheer savagery. I mean, that's not right. But it came from a place, right? It came from a place. Are all Palestinian people associated with Hamas? No. But I don't think we should have to keep reiterating that, right? I don't think we should have to keep saying that. I don't think we should have to keep saying, the violence and the brutal slaughtering is like horrible, right? Because it's like we're trying to figure out the bigger picture of things. If we want to talk about like uniting people, we got to look at the bigger picture. It's not enough to take singular incidences and justify the next course of action just upon that. So we have the Palestinian people who are suffering. We have them suffering and deciding to react on that suffering by harming Israelis and making them suffer. I feel like it's just like a game of like, how much can I make you suffer for making me suffer? Okay. So we have Hamas attacking Israelis and Israeli citizens. They're slaughtering children. They're killing people. They're dragging them out of their homes. And I'm not just talking about the incidents at the rave or whatever that just happened. Like, it extended out to dragging people out of their homes and slaughtering them. So you'd think maybe Israel military and government would take that moment to reflect on what's going on. But that's not what's happening. Instead, we're getting the Israeli military fighting back and slaughtering back as we speak. In fact, as of today, Gaza Strip, northern Gaza, is being ordered to evacuate. Now, I want to be very clear, because on the one hand, where I say all Palestinians are not represented by Hamas, I have to say that all Israelis are not represented by their government and they're not represented by their military. And I want it to be very clear, and I think it's important for you all to keep in mind that it is mandatory for Israeli citizens to serve in their military for like 5 years. It's mandatory. It's not a choice. It's mandatory. And not all Israeli military, but a lot of it, like you're talking young boys, young men, getting, serving their mandatory military service and being sent to the West Bank, and they're being told by their government, your job is to protect the Jewish settlers in the West Bank. That's your job. So as a young Jewish Israeli man, as like a young man, you're going to take that very seriously, right? I have to protect the settlers of our promised land. So as much as I would like to say that the Israeli army is completely corrupt, which it is, it is, if you pull a magnifying glass up to it, you have to realize that it's a lot of young people being forced to serve in the military when they didn't have a choice. Okay, it's mandatory. Men and women, it's mandatory to serve on the Israeli army. You could be stuck protecting the settlers, or you could be stuck at an office job for all 5 years. It just really depends, honestly. But it's not like the Israeli Jew people are like dying to sign up for the military, right? Like it's mandatory service. So let's see. We don't need to hear about the Ottoman Empire. So Israel has decided to bomb Gaza. As Palestinians line up outside bakeries and grocery stores in Gaza. On Thursday, we're talking just this Thursday, yesterday, after spending the night surrounded by ruins of pulverized neighborhoods darkened by a near total power outage, those rules no longer held. Can we listen to this? I swear my voice hurts. Oh, and we didn't even start at the right place. Jesus Christ. No, it's just stuff to read. I did not read at the right place anyways. There were places in Gaza where even in times of conflict, Palestinians once felt marginally safer than elsewhere. Urban centers and calculation were a better place to put. I don't know if I want to read this. Hold on. Where am I trying to get to? Okay. I have to pee again. Hold on. Let me come back. Hold on. Take a pause for a minute. check in with the chat. This is all a lot of information to take in, especially if you're somebody who just hasn't like paid attention to it. I mean, that's kind of like the reality of like the Western experience is like we're so outside of these sorts of things that the only way you can start getting a comprehension of it is by looking into the fishbowl. But you're not in the fishbowl, right? You're not in the fishbowl experiencing the fish things. You're outside of it. And you can do your best to interpret like what's going on for yourself, but ultimately you're never actually going to know. People who live in Gaza, I mean, how much of Gaza is Palestinian? I don't know. How many Jews are in Gaza? Well, they live in the West Bank and Gaza, approximately 200,000, over 200,000. But I'm just like, I'm trying. Okay, so in the Gaza Strip, there are 2.3 million Palestinians. We have Hamas attacking Israel and Israel fighting back. Gaza is retaliating by bombing Gaza. Or no, Israel is retaliating by bombing Gaza.
On both sides of the border, a sense a ground war is imminent. Israel's military massing while in Gaza, which is roughly the size of Philadelphia. But with a third more people, there is no way out. Richard Engel is near the border tonight.
Come in. There's an air war in Gaza tonight, with Hamas firing barrages of rockets toward Israel. To little effect. Israel's Iron Dome missile defense system launching tiny projectiles at supersonic speed, intercepting and destroying nearly all of them. Israel's airstrikes are not being stopped. They're slamming into Gaza, where there are no air defenses. The United Nations is sounding the alarm of a growing humanitarian crisis. Human rights groups are calling for civilians to be allowed to leave and for aid to enter the 139 square mile territory that's home to 2 million Palestinians, 40% of them under 15. Israel says it will keep attacking Gaza until Hamas is destroyed. The Israeli military says it only targets Hamas. But what about...
I can't deal with this. Israel is striking back. Israel is claiming to attack only Hamas. The problem with that is they are not only attacking Hamas. Yes, they are aiming at Hamas to destroy them. But it's not so clean like that. It's not like only Hamas people are in this block and they're only bombing that block and they're only destroying like crazy Hamas people. There's civilians intermingled with all of this. And this is where it gets really scary. Because the Israeli military is coming in and saying they're taking care of this, like, Hamas problem. But while they're doing that, they're also savagely murdering civilians. And it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you're killing innocent civilians and children directly with your bare hands, strangling them to death, beheading them, whatever fucking nonsense is going on. It doesn't matter if they're being bombed, shot, strangled, stabbed, beheaded. It does not fucking matter. And that is one thing I will not waste time discussing. Oh, but they did this. Well, they technically did that. They killed them technically this way. They were killed. They were killed. Okay? The Israeli military is not only destroying Hamas, they are taking out civilians with it too. They are taking out Palestinian civilians with it too. And when the Israeli army kills, while trying to take out Hamas, when they kill civilians too, they tell those civilians, this was Hamas's fault. This was Hamas's fault. They did this. We didn't do this. This is an atrocity. Okay?
Israeli military says it
And America is providing military aid to Israel.
only targets Hamas. But what about the children? Medical officials say more than 1,500 Palestinians have been killed and 6,000 wounded. And those numbers could grow quickly. Israel's military...
I just realized this hasn't been showing.
On both sides of the border, a sense a ground war is imminent. Israel's military massing while in Gaza, which is roughly the size of Philadelphia. But with a third more people, there is no way out. Richard Engel is near the border tonight.
Come in.
There's an air war in Gaza tonight, with Hamas firing barrages of rockets toward Israel. To little effect. Israel's Iron Dome missile defense system launching tiny projectiles at supersonic speed, intercepting and destroying nearly all of them. Israel's airstrikes are not being stopped. They're slamming into Gaza, where there are no air defenses. The United Nations is sounding the alarm of a growing humanitarian crisis. Human rights groups are calling for civilians to be allowed to leave and for aid to enter the one.
Millions of people live in Gaza. Millions of people live in Gaza in such a tiny little area. And the majority of those civilians are like the average age of 18. Like they're teenagers. Like the larger percent of people that live in Gaza are children. Literally children. We're talking about people who were just born 15 to 20 years ago, who as children could not fucking even comprehend the conflict that's going on here. This is where I get kind of emotional, because it's like, it's the civilian casualty that drives me nuts, okay? You know what? I don't like war. I don't think it's good. It doesn't look pretty. But there's some degree where I can accept attacking military forces. Like, when you directly attack military forces, that's one thing. But when you just, like, senselessly slaughter civilians in the meantime, I think you've lost your cause. When you are like, I gotta win this war, even if it means slaughtering a bunch of innocent people, I think you've already lost. I really do.
139 square mile territory that's home to 2 million Palestinians, 40% of them under 15. Israel says it will keep attacking Gaza until Hamas is destroyed. The Israeli military says it only targets Hamas. But what about the children? Medical officials say more than 1,500 Palestinians have been killed and 6,000 wounded. And those numbers could grow quickly. Israel's military is amassing tanks and troops along the border with Gaza.
Remember how we talked about how Gaza already has like this weird security border around them? This heavily protected, militarized security border around Gaza, okay? Gazan people are already trapped in there, like as if it's a prison. And now they're being bombed on top of it and attacked with nowhere to go. Civilians of Gaza are being caught up with Israel trying to attack Hamas. And it's not so clean to attack Hamas without attacking civilians too. Lee says it's literally an open-air prison. That's precisely what they call it. This is what we refer to as the open-air prison. Gaza is an open-air prison. And nobody can even so much as like fart in Gaza without Israel blaming it on Hamas. Like, nobody can fucking do anything without them blaming it on Hamas. Even the Israeli government's military's own war crimes, their own actions of also participating in the slaughtering of innocent civilians, they also blame that on Hamas.
Its chief of staff saying now it is time for war and that the head of Hamas and all those who operate under him deserve to die. 22-year-old Palistia Al-Akkad lives in Gaza.
The media is barely covering any news because of the situation. There is no electricity, there is no connection. Like, Israelis are literally bombing everywhere, nowhere is safe.
Also, Gaza, as we said, has a border around it. It's an open-air prison. Israel who is completely surrounding them and has the control of what goes in and out. Israel has cut off all water, food, and power supply to Gaza, which they've already been doing anyways. So Gaza, they don't have internet. They don't have food. They don't have water. They don't have any way to get that. Like, they're just trapped in there as, like, they're pretty much fish in a barrel. They're fish in a barrel, and Israel's got the gun. And they're trying to shoot the Hamas fish, but there's one Hamas fish out of, like, a dozen civilian fish. Does that make sense? Like, Hamas is really small. It's terrible, obviously. I don't feel like I should have to, like, explain that Hamas is fucking terrible and psycho and vicious. But they're like this in comparison to, like, the whole Palestinian situation. But they are a product of the Palestinian frustration.
These words, life in Gaza, right now they don't make any sense to any Gazan living in here because we don't know what does the word life mean. We're expecting death at any minute. We're expecting that the whole, like, Gaza Strip will be erased at any minute.
The Gaza Strip is bordered by Israel, the Mediterranean Sea, and Egypt. All exits are closed and blocked. Refugees are not streaming out.
There's no... So we're going to get into the part now, and this is as of today. And, oh, just before that, I think I want to cover the day of jihad. Let's finish this.
This isn't Ukraine. No one is taking in the people of Gaza.
We couldn't handle this amount of injuries.
Yes, Gaza also borders Egypt, but Egypt's borders aren't really open to Gaza refugees. They can't just go over down to Egypt. They can't. It's not that simple.
And it's just heartbreaking.
Dr. Sarah Al-Saka is a Palestinian surgeon based in Gaza. She says she's working 24-hour shifts, and when she can, is posting to social media to show conditions there.
No one can leave Gaza. No one can enter Gaza. There is no crossing borders, nothing left for anyone to do. It's a huge, big cage that we are trapped inside, and someone from outside is just keep on bombing, non-stop bombing, and there is nowhere else to go.
Israel says it had no choice but to attack, to disarm and deter Hamas.
Israel said it had no choice but to attack. Okay, so here's kind of like the end of the Neogenian shrubbery maze that I'm trying to get to, that I'm going to touch on briefly right now, but dive into deeper later. I don't know. Violence begets violence. There's a point where somebody in power has to say, this is enough, and message received, and we need to go about this in a different way. There's something about the Israeli government's response to this that disturbs me. Now, that does not mean I condone what Hamas did in the slaughtering that Hamas put on. But as I said before, I think this would be a moment for the Israeli government to reflect instead of immediately reacting. Making decisions out of... There's a difference between reacting into something and logically coming to a decision to. You know what I mean? Like, if you're trapped in a situation and you're like, hey, I have to make a decision. Are you logically coming to that decision, or are you just simply reacting into that decision? That's the kind of like mind frame I want you all to like keep in mind here. Are you consciously just choosing it out of reasoning, or are you just reacting into a choice?
Hamas, after more than 1,500 gunmen stormed into Israel, butchered entire families, desecrated their bodies, killed at least 1,300 Jews, and took hostages, including children and the elderly. Israel's reprisal is underway tonight. It is massive, intensifying, and could trigger a regional war.
Richard, I've been watching your camera feed.
Let's talk about Zionists for a minute. Because we've talked about the extreme radicalization of Palestinians when it comes to Hamas. Let's talk about the extreme radicalization aspect of the Israeli Jews. There is a fine line between Jewish people and Zionists. Okay? You can have regular chill-ass Jewish people, and then you have Zionists, which are a much more pure thinking extremist type. Where is the fucking thing that I have on Zionists? Or was I looking for a video? I think that's why I was over here.
What exactly is Zionism? Where did the idea of Jewish return to the land of Israel, which came to be an integral part of Zionism, originate? And what did this return mean to different groups at different times? Was and is there more than one kind of Zionism? Zionism didn't begin with Theodor Herzl. The roots of the Zionist idea grow deep in the land of Israel. The Jewish people's connection to the land has been at the center of their story for at least 3,000 years. For about 1,000 years, the Jewish people built a rich and thriving ancient civilization in the land. This lasted until the year 70 CE, when the Romans destroyed the Jewish temple in Jerusalem and exiled the Jews from their land. For the 2,000 years since then, Jews scattered across the globe have been carrying a collective connection to the land of Israel and a hope to return to it. But let's go back to the beginning. According to the biblical record, the Jewish patriarchs and matriarchs made their home in the land of Israel. Their descendants, freed from Egyptian slavery, returned to the land several hundred years later. Centuries of civil war among the Israelite tribes was followed by the United Kingdom of David, and later Solomon, which centralized Jewish worship in Jerusalem with the establishment of the First Temple. Of course, there are debates over the historical accuracy of many biblical stories. But what's grounded in historical fact is that the Jewish people living in Israel centuries before their exile told these foundational stories. Perhaps more importantly, these stories have been essential to Jewish identity for millennia. But back to history. After some 4 centuries of religious and national development under Jewish rule, the land was invaded by the Babylonians. The Jerusalem temple was destroyed, and many Jews were exiled to Babylon. This was a period of great devastation for the ancient Jewish civilization. It was only after the Babylonian Empire fell to Persia, roughly 50 years later, that those exiled were eventually able to return in a remarkable and historic homecoming. Referred to as Shivat Zion, or the Return to Zion, this movement was initiated by the visionary leaders Ezra and Nehemiah. The Jewish community was revitalized and the temple was rebuilt. In many ways, this shorter period of exile and return can be seen as a precursor to the ideals and ambitions of Jewish self-determination that is now known as Zionism. Jewish civilization in ancient Israel then continued for another 400 years until the Romans destroyed the Second Temple and exiled the Jewish people yet again in the 1st and 2nd centuries. This time, though, the exile would last 2,000 years. Of course, this is a fairly simplistic, condensed summary of a much more extensive ancient history. But what it all means is that for 1,000 years, the land of Israel was the center of Jewish political and cultural life and day-to-day society. So there's an ancient connection between the Jewish people and the land of Israel. But if the land is so important, then how were Jews able to remain Jews for almost 2,000 years without living there? Well, despite their distance from it, the land has always remained the geographic center of the Jewish faith and religious practice. The annual cycle of the biblical Jewish festivals are based on the agricultural cycles and seasons in the land of Israel. The Maccabean revolts commemorated by Hanukkah also occurred in the land. The biblical and post-biblical stories still studied today were rooted in the land. The rabbis that taught and developed the very foundation of Jewish practice resided in Israel. Their teachings were compiled in the 63-volume legal anthology known as the Mishnah, the basis of Jewish religious law even today, also written in Israel. Even the longing for their return to the land developed into a foundational piece of Jewish religious, cultural, and national identity. The Jewish liturgy includes prayers 3 times a day for a collective return to and rebuilding of the land. Religious study includes ancient rites and rituals that would only apply once the Jews were to return and rebuild the temple. At the close of the Passover Seder, Jews call out next year in Jerusalem. And each summer on
Why is this guy out of breath?
Tisha B'Av, the Jewish people mourn the destruction of the temple and their exile from the land. At Jewish weddings, the couple breaks a glass in commemoration of Jerusalem's destruction and the hope that they return to it. From country to country, throughout the diaspora, Jews maintained a deep faith that they would one day be returned to their homeland. Some Jews even made efforts to actualize that dreaming by immigrating to Israel, known as making Aliyah. The long and dangerous journey was difficult and often life-threatening. Many who set out on Aliyah didn't make it. The 13th century Spanish rabbi Nachmanides was one of the first medieval rabbis who traveled to Jerusalem, hoping to renew Jewish life there. He found the city in desolation as a result of the Crusades, yet he succeeded in reestablishing a lasting Jewish communal life there and established a synagogue that is still in use today. After the expulsion of the Jews from Spain in 1492, a large number of Jews immigrated to the land. Among them were the families of future rabbis who would become pivotal in the development of Judaism. These included Rabbi Isaac Luria and Rabbi Joseph Caro, both of whom became the leaders of the mystical Kabbalistic movement that emerged in the city of Tzfat in northern Israel. The influx of Jews from Spain and North Africa led to a golden age of Tzfat, during which the city was a global center for Jewish learning and trade through the 15th and 16th centuries. In the late 18th century, some followers of the Hasidic movement also began to make aliyah to the land of Israel. One of the earliest Hasidic masters, Rabbi Menachem Mendel of Vitebsk, settled in Tzfat with 300 of his followers in 1777, the first of several Hasidic settlements. During roughly the same period, the Vilna Gaon, who many considered the greatest Jewish scholar in centuries.
This is a little more in depth than I wanted to get, but basically, Zionism is like there's Jewish Israelis that are into Zionism. They're Zionists, right? They believe they have a right to the land there. However, Palestinian Muslims have lived there for centuries. Like, Muslims have lived there for centuries as well. So it kind of comes into the old age conflict of like what religion has entitlement to that religious area. Is it the Christians? Is it the Jews? Is it the Muslims? That's something still up to debate. But I want you to keep that in mind, where we have the Israeli extremism and we have the Palestinian extremism, the very heart of like Jews versus Muslim coming together. But this is just a tool, right? This is not like the heart of everything. I mean, it is kind of, but there's more to it than that. Now, there are Jewish people who do not agree with Zionism and are very much against it. And I want to thank...
So what brings you here today to support Palestinian rights?
I want to thank Susan for sharing this with me. So right now we're going to explore some Israeli Jews and their feelings on Palestinians.
So what brings you here today to support Palestinian rights? We as Jews are embarrassed what's happening there in the state of Israel in the Jewish name. And what's your message to the people of Palestine? They shouldn't give up the struggle. They should continue to fight and not give up the struggle against the state of Israel, because by the end, Palestine will be free, because this is truth. Will succeed by the end. What's your message to the people of Palestine?
They should know. We feel very shame what's going on there, especially they're doing everything in our name, in the name of Jews, in the name of the Torah, in the name of God. It's so shameful. We are with you. You have to know. The Zionists are strong. We are weak. But God is on our side. At the end of the day, the Palestinian flag will be on all Palestine, from the river to the sea.
So Israel, the world's only Jewish majority country, is subject of special concern to many Jews in the United States. Caring about Israel is essential to what being Jewish means. To 45% of U.S. Jewish adults, and an additional 37% say it's important but not essential. According to new Pew Research Center survey that was fielded from November 19th, 2019 to June 3rd, 2020, well before the latest surge of violence in the region. Just 16% of the U.S. Jewish adults say that caring about Israel is not important to their Jewish identity. However, the survey found that Jewish Americans, much like the U.S. public overall, also hold widely differing views on Israel and its political leadership. Most Jewish Americans identify as Democrats or lean toward the Democratic Party, and more than half gave negative ratings at the time of the survey, both to Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and then President Donald Trump's handling of U.S. policy towards Israel. But Orthodox Jews, 75%, whom are Republican or lean Republican, generally rated both Netanyahu and Trump positively. Orthodox Jews were most likely, or were also more likely than Jews in other denominations, to say that the Israeli government was making a sincere effort to reach the peace settlement within the Palestinians, and that God gave the land that is now Israel to the Jewish people. By contrast, most Jewish Americans say they did not think that either the Israeli government or the Palestinian leaders were sincerely seeking peace. And most Jewish adults took the position that God did not literally give the land of Israel to Jewish people, or they do not believe in God or a higher power at all. 24%. This analysis looks at the size of gaps among U.S. Jews on range of question about Israel depending on differences in Jewish denomination, political party, age. More than half of all U.S. Jews belong to two long dominant branches of American Judaism, identify as Reform, or 37 identify as Reform, and 17% as conservative. Roughly 1 in 10, 9% movement and the humanistic Judaism total about 4%, and due to small sample sizes cannot be analyzed separately. 1/3 of Jewish adults, 32%, do not identify with any particular stream or institutional branch of Judaism. Okay, let's keep that in mind. So, anyways, we have Hamas attacking Israel on Saturday. Over the course of the week, we have Israel responding with bombing Gaza to attack Hamas. And as of today, we are evacuating many civilians from the north to South Gaza.
They're already traumatized by...
Let's go back to the airstrikes real quick. Hold on, let me... There is supposedly the Day of Jihad today, which is...
expected to be on hand today at
which I guess the Palestinian extremists are calling for a day of jihad. We're gonna kind of get into that, but I mean it's past and nothing really happened from that. So let's just get into this. Like I said, there's so many little pieces here, a little piece there, a little piece here, a little piece there, and we're kind of just like exploring each piece, and we're trying to put it together into the bigger picture. But while we are gathering the pieces, it's not necessarily linear. It's just like we gotta like keep gathering information.
Expected to be on hand today at Jewish facilities across the Bay Area after a former leader of Hamas called for a day of jihad. The message is for Muslims around the world to take to the streets and deliver a message of anger and support for Palestinians. Because of that, organizations, including the San Jose Police Department, are deploying special operations.
So the extremist group Hamas is calling for a quote-unquote day of jihad. And it's for all Muslims everywhere, all over the world, to take to the streets and revolt and protest.
Expected to be on hand today at Jewish facilities across the Bay Area.
Which, frankly, you know, now that we're going to take this over to the American mindset, if you're American and you're looking into the fishbowl and you're like wondering what the hell's going on, and now all of a sudden you have this extremist Palestinian Muslim group saying like, hey, now is the day of jihad. Okay, let's think back to 9/11, to how like Islamophobia started to come about. Let's think about like how Islamophobia is going to be inserted into this experience right here. When we have this widespread world thing that's like, hey, this is the day of jihad said by Hamas. How many fucking Walmart fucking camo like gun bearing dipshits are gonna get on top of this?
After a former leader of Hamas called for a day of jihad. The message is for Muslims around the world to take to the streets and deliver a message of anger and support for Palestinians. Because of that, organizations, including the San Jose Police Department, are deploying special operations personnel around places of worship. Many local Jewish leaders say they're taking extra precautions, but will not cave in to fear or threats.
We're going to overcome this. We're going to win this, and we're not going to let them get the victory of terrorizing us.
We're going to fight darkness with light.
The Homeland Security Advisor for California says while there's no credible threat involving our state, everyone should stay vigilant and report any suspicious activity. Police in Dallas, New York City, and Los Angeles all say they too are stepping up patrols at synagogues and Jewish organizations.
This is just like an opportunity for Americans to be more Islamophobic, I feel. What is the Global Day of Jihad? A call for a Global Day of Jihad, which is today, by the way. Also, it's Friday the 13th. Anyways, a call for Global Day of Jihad on October 13th by former Hamas leader Khaled Mashal has raised concern and prompted heightened security measures across the United States. In response to this announcement, the U.S. government is taking significant steps to ensure the safety and security of its citizens' residents. The former political bureau chairman of Hamas. So, okay, this guy who apparently used to be a leader of Hamas, who isn't anymore, has recently called upon Muslims worldwide to express their support for Palestine on October 13th, declaring it the day of jihad. In his message, he urged Muslims to demonstrate their solidarity with Palestine, Jerusalem, and Al-Aqsa. This proclamation arrives against the backdrop of enduring Israel-Hamas conflict, which has profound global repercussions. In a formal statement, Marshall proclaimed, "We declare next Friday, today, the Friday of the blah 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 flood, as a day of general mobilization in our Arab and Islamic world and among the free people of the world. It is a day to rally support, offer aid, and participate actively. It is a day to demonstrate our love for Palestine, Jerusalem, and Al-Aqsa." He also appeared for donations to assist Gaza, which is currently experiencing an Israeli military incursion. Marshall expressed his belief that international involvement would shift the dynamics of the conflict, emphasizing, "When the world, America, the West, and the Zionists see that the nation has come to the support of like the Al-Aqsa Mosque and that convoys of words I cannot pronounce because, let's face it, I am a dumb white American. Anyways, blood on the land of Palestine, the battlefield will change, the balance of power will change." So pretty much this former leader of Hamas is like, hey, this is the day of jihad. This is when Muslims should pour out into the streets and protest against how Israel is responding to this. Jesus Christ. I feel like we could spend like a whole live stream going into each of these things. Like I could seriously spend like 2 hours just talking about the day of jihad. But like I'm trying to just like cover this generally. Hey, you know what? Okay. Gather all the information that we've collected so far. Let's just catch up with what's going on right now, and we're going to just talk about how people are having to evacuate North Gaza. And I think that's where we're going to come to sort of like the end of talking about this tonight. And after that, I think we're going to have a little bit of a palate cleanser maybe before we sign off. Anyways, hold on, I have to pee again. And while I pee, I think I'm going to experiment with inserting an ad. So let me know what it's like. If I click to insert an ad, let me know what it's like and how long it takes. Like, let me know if it's like 1, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Like, please let me know. Okay? So here's the ad break right now. Nothing's happening. Okay, well, I don't know. I just clicked the button. I don't know what's going on. Anyways.
Gaza's only power station has now run out of fuel, and supplies of food, water and medicine are dwindling. More than 1,400 people have been killed since Saturday in retaliatory attacks in the territory. And the Red Cross says if backup generators fail, hospitals risk becoming morgues. And there are reports tonight in the last...
You know, when Israel sits and attacks Gaza, because right now all of Gazan civilians are being ordered out of North Gaza. And we got to keep in mind that the majority of civilians in Gaza are children. They're teenagers. I mean, the average age is like 15, 18. So civilians are being told, hey, get out of your home, flee immediately to the south, so because we're trying to attack evil people, you know? And here's what's really disturbing to me. People who live in Gaza, who are going about their everyday lives, it's like you're walking to work, right? Or something, or like you're going to school, or you're going to the grocery store. Suddenly, an airplane flies over your head. And as the airplane flies over your head, a bunch of papers are flying down from the sky, floating down and settling down to the ground. Like somebody from an airplane is like throwing flyers outside and it's just landing on the ground. And you pick this flyer up and this flyer is telling you, hey, Israel is going to start doing some shit. You need to get out of your home, leave immediately, and go down south. Okay? Literally, people are just getting flyers that are floating down from the sky saying, get the fuck out. Can you imagine not having anything to do with anything, and suddenly an airplane flies over and a bunch of papers fall from the sky and they're telling you, get the fuck out?
Few minutes of heavy shelling in areas of Gaza thought to have been safe for families. Jan Daemon has more on the desperate situation inside Gaza.
Exactly, heretical response. Not knowing where to go or how to get there. I mean, obviously they have some idea of how to get there, but it's like, if you're inside an open air prison and everything is heavily bordered and guarded, you really don't have anywhere to go. You don't.
In Gaza, whole neighborhoods have been reduced to rubble. Israel says these are precision strikes. For Palestinians, it doesn't feel that way, and they're defiant. I will never leave this place, he says. I don't care what planes you send, I will never leave here. Outside the main Shifa hospital, the bodies are being lined up. The morgue is full.
Oh my God.
Inside, we're told this young girl has lost her entire immediate family.
Stop it. I get really choked up and emotional when it comes to thinking about the children, because this is mostly children. I don't think people realize they're not bombing, they're not attacking adults. Like I mean, obviously adults are being slaughtered, but the majority of people involved in this situation are children. Children. Kids are being forced to leave their homes. Kids are being bombed. Kids are being slaughtered. Children. I don't think people are keeping this in mind when they think about, like, oh, Israel is just attacking Hamas. It's like, sure. How? How can you be so precise in your attack of Hamas that you're evading and avoiding harming and slaughtering children during the meantime? And the same goes to Hamas, who come into Israel. Like, you're coming in to make a statement. How is slaughtering children making a statement? I'm so emotional and sad and upset about children being caught in the crossfire when they literally have no fucking choice. None. No choice. I am tired of a reality where children have no choice but to suffer. And the only hope and evolving and evolution in this lifetime that they have access to is to simply endure suffering. Like, do we just have no fucking, like, idea of human evolution in general, of human right to learn and grow and explore? Do we really have to strip that away because of ancient trivialities and fucking conflicts? It just, like, I get so emotional when there's so many fucking children caught up into this that have no fucking choice. None. They just trauma after trauma after trauma. They have no security. None. Israel or Palestinian children. No security. No say. They're only fed what's fed to them. They're only fed narratives, and they have no choice but to accept them. They don't know any better.
And in the next room, Mohammed is saying her final goodbyes.
We were sleeping and they bombarded our house like everyone else. We don't have any resistance fighters in our building. All the building is full of residents. 120 people live there.
Doctors are overwhelmed, short on medicines and running out of fuel to provide power.
We are facing disaster, actually. We are expecting, if things run like in the same manner and we still receiving the same number of injured and casualty that we received in the last 4 or 5 days, I think the whole medical sector and the health department maybe will collapse maybe in 2 or 3 days. I don't think that they can manage it. The hospital is full of patients.
Hospitals are also one of the few relatively safe places. In the grounds outside, the displaced are setting up makeshift camps. We're sleeping here with the bombing above us, 15-year-old Mohammed says. I hope that the world will have mercy. Some of those here have lived through half a dozen wars. They slaughtered our children and destroyed our houses over our heads. And here we are in the streets, says 65-year-old Taisa Halas. Dead bodies are stacked over each other, children and toddlers, he goes on. In Khan Yunis, in the south of Gaza, they're burying the dead wherever they can. And these funerals will not be the last. Many more will grieve before this war is over. John Donnison, BBC News in Jerusalem.
Well, our correspondent Rushdie Abu Alouf is in Gaza, one of the very few journalists reporting from inside the besieged territory, and he sent us this update.
Another night of heavy airstrikes here in Gaza and in southern city of Khan Yunis, as the health ministry said the number of deaths.
I have to take a pause here and talk a little bit and go on a rant about Western leftist mentality. I have personally known individuals who, identify left and even as far as like radical left, who constantly like kind of drive home a point that they think in order to achieve real revolution, blood has to be spilled. And as this is a part where, as a Neogenian, where I have to really come in heavy on this idea. Okay. Because as a Neogenian, I very much advocate for a revolution of the world, of mind, of everything. Like, humanity as a whole needs a reboot, needs to be steered into a direction that's actually going to benefit us as a collective. There's definitely some aspects of revolution that are violent. Sure. I'm not, I'm not naive. I know for a fact that a revolution is not going to happen purely on the internet. And it's weird because I feel like at some point I'm like, oh yeah, of course, like revolution is only going to happen through the mind on the internet, and that was dumb. Now that I think about it, that was naive as well. I know for a fact that revolution is not going to happen just purely on the internet, and I know there's going to be some aspects of revolution that's very uncomfortable and violent. However, I think there's a lot of mentality of left-leaning people that think in order to achieve what they desire, what they need, you have to kill people. You have to slaughter people. You have to spill blood, right? Quote unquote, spill blood. I think there's a lot of these people that just want the spilling blood part. Right? Like, I have to call you out. Like, you just want to slaughter. You just want to kill. You just want that cathartic experience of ruthlessly attacking back at your oppressors. Or oppressors. But I just don't think that's right. There's left-leaning people who agree with Hamas striking out and slaughtering Israeli people. And they're saying this is what revolution looks like. When you're backed into a corner, you lash out with pure vengeance and pure violence, And I just highly disagree with that. I do agree that there's a lot of power in the hands of the Israeli government in their involvement in this situation. And I agree that Palestinian people need some level of uprising against this and fight against this. But to say that Hamas is like the perfect example of people revolting and having a revolution, and this is what needs to be for everybody, the only solution is to like come out and like attack everybody, I highly disagree with. I hope that makes sense. I hope that gives some context, Mark. Like, I guess that's where I'm coming critical of like Western leftist attitudes of this situation, when they're like, oh, this is revolution, this is what you do, right? Like, if we want this, we have to be ready to do these violent atrocities. And I think that's the wrong way to go about it. Absolutely the wrong way to go about it.
almost a week of round the
Oh, okay. But anyways, that's my
clock
point.
bombardment. Now there's
I do not agree that in order to have a revolution, you have to be prepared to spill blood. I think that's very small and very uninnovative. I think sometimes that happens. Like, it's going to happen, obviously. There's some aspects where that's going to happen. But if your sole focus, if all your obsession is that cathartic moment of raping and pillaging, like, the rich or whatever, you know, like, however you can define it in, like, Western terms, I don't think you're thinking about it in the right way. I think you're just out there to spill blood, and I think that's what you really want. I don't think you actually want a revolution. I think those kind of people don't actually think about the future. I think they think about the revolution itself, and they think about that like cathartic moment of like killing their oppressors and torturing their oppressors, and they don't think about the future after that. What happens after that? What about the future where you don't have to uprise and you don't have to kill and you don't have to revolt? Like, what about that? If you're solely obsessed with a portion where you just want to like rape, pillage, and seek vengeance and be vindictive, I think you've lost the point of what you're fighting for. You're fighting for something. And if you're fighting for something, fighting is the last thing you need to do. Like, that is like the last thing you want to do. You do it if you are absolutely having to do it. Exactly, heretical response. The ends justifying the means doesn't work out exactly how you think it does. Okay, you know, like, I'm all for a revolution. I'm all for tearing down systems. I am not for senselessly slaughtering people just to feel better about feeling powerless. I feel like that's where it's thing. It's like, are you doing something to feel better about feeling powerless, or are you actually fighting for your rights? I think there's a big difference there.
Panic and confusion in northern Gaza after Israel's order to move south ahead of an expected ground offensive. More than half of Gaza's population live in the area north of the Gaza River that's been told to evacuate. Israel has sealed off the strip, and repeated airstrikes have forced the southern exit into Egypt, the so-called Rafah crossing, to stop operating. At least 423...
So northern Gaza today is being asked to evacuate and move down to southern Gaza. And the border where there's Egypt, they're not allowing people to cross there and seek refuge from this war.
1,000 Gazans had already been...
Keep in mind, this whole area, this border, is completely guarded and fenced off by Israel.
Displaced by those airstrikes, which the health ministry says have now killed around 1,800 Palestinians, many of them children. Hamas, which is designated a terrorist group by the UK, says 13 of its hostages were killed in the last day of strikes. The number of people killed in Israel since Hamas launched its brutal attack has passed 1,300, most of them civilians too. The group continues to fire barrages of rockets at Israel. Some hit Ashkelon and Sderot. Others were launched at northern Israel. And in the West Bank, Israeli forces...
Yeah, so Mark says armchair warriors comment was a responsive agreement with Jan. Mark says, I'm unimpressed by Western leftists who are glib about revolution. Full stop. Exactly. It's every Western leftist that is unaffected by the situation, and they look at Hamas and they're like, that is how you do a revolution. you've lost, honestly. Like, not only are you fantasizing about the cathartic experience of killing people in the name of revolution, like, you're fantasizing about that, you're obsessed with it, and that's all you want. All you want is that moment where you strangle somebody in the name of your own freedom. You don't want anything beyond that, I don't think. I don't think these people who want revolution in this sense are interested in the part after the killing, after you drag the rich person out of their house, set their house on fire, slice their throat, and rape their children. What do you do after that? I don't think anybody's thinking about that. I think they're just thinking about that cathartic moment where they get they get to be vindictive. They get their repercussions. They get whatever it is they think they're entitled to. What do you do after you eat the rich? What happens after you eat the rich? Answer me that. Nobody answers me that. What do you do after you eat the rich? What? What then? We eat the rich? Okay. What next? Guillotine the rich? Okay. Then what? Mr. Smarty Pants?
Have killed 9 Palestinians after clashes broke out as people marched in solidarity with Gaza. 44 people have been killed there since Saturday. That's according to the Palestinian Authority. Our Foreign Affairs correspondent, Porrick O'Brien, has the latest developments and a warning. You may find his report upsetting.
Brief, surreal respite from the roar of airstrikes in the skies over Gaza.
Look at this. Look at these papers flying down from the sky. Look at these papers flying down from the sky. Look at this. This is actually happening. Flyers flying down from the sky. Chorus Ventorium says after we eat the rich, then ice cream. That's stupid. I'm sorry, but in the light of the conversation that we're trying to have, the serious conversation, after you eat the rich, what is your plan? What? We never talk about that part. We never talk about that. We never talk about the productive part. We only talk about the destructive, tear the system down, eat the rich, drag them out of their homes, spoil their crops, fuck their wife, slaughter their, slice their throats. Then what? Then what? What? Do you only obsess about that part? Because frankly, I don't. I'm more concerned about the part we do after that. I don't want to do that. I don't want it to get to that point.
Gaza today. The Israeli army dropped thousands of leaflets over the north of the Strip. The chilling public service announcement read as follows. To Gaza residents, terrorist organizations launched a war against the state of Israel. Gaza City has turned into a battlefield. You have to leave your homes immediately and head south of Wadi Gaza. For your safety, don't return to your homes until further notice from the Israel Defense Forces. Leave all public and known shelters in the city of Gaza. And with that, people grabbed what they could, like Abu Abdullah and his sons. What's happening, he's asked. Expulsion, he exclaims. Leaflets dropped from the sky telling us to leave. That's it, so we're leaving. The Israeli army told the UN.
Okay, Corvus, I get you're trying to make light, but I don't feel like making light of this situation, I guess. But it's no fault to your own. Like, you didn't do anything wrong, but it's just like, come on. Like, look at these Gazan people trying to, flee from their home because of this bullshit that's happening. Gazan people, which are primarily children.
That 1.1 million people living in the designated zone had 24 hours to leave. It was not clear when the 24-hour period started or when it would be up. Generations of refugees displaced again. It happened to our grandfathers, this man says. It's happening to us now. It's happening all over again. being forced out. This morning, an admiral in the Israeli army acknowledged the difficulty of that number of people fleeing in just a day. He also said that Hamas had set
over 1 million people are being asked to move within 24 hours.
Set up roadblocks preventing people from leaving. We've been told about police checkpoints in the area, but we have not seen visual evidence of Hamas physically turning people back. We've been trying to contact people in the north of Gaza all day. It's been difficult to get through because the internet is down. We finally did connect over the phone with Musab Abu Toha. He's a well-known author and poet living in the evacuation zone. Himself and his wife and children, along with 4 other families, left their home yesterday, but could only find accommodation a few miles south in a relative's house in the Jabalia camp in Gaza City. 5 families are now living in a 2-bedroom apartment. They arrived at 4 p.m. yesterday. 4 hours later, this happened.
And at 8 p.m., the Israelis targeted a house that is just very, very, very close to us. It's just 5 meters away from where we are staying right now. And it was a massacre. They killed about 20 people from the same family. I had the chance to leave the house after I heard the screaming of people. There were people injured in the streets. I saw with my 2 eyes that a mother and her daughter were dangling from the floor because there was no wall. So I saw the 2 bodies just dangling from the floor. They were about to fall.
The Israeli army said today they've already carried out localized raids in Gaza, but the order to leave is the likely preamble to an all-out ground offensive. Street-by-street battles between Hamas militants and the IDF, with civilians unable or unwilling to leave in the middle. The UN said the evacuation order today will have devastating humanitarian consequences.
The United Nations considers it impossible for such a move to take place without devastating humanitarian consequences. The United Nations strongly appeals for any such order to be rescinded, avoiding what could transform what is already a tragedy into a calamitous situation.
According to Gaza's health ministry, the number of dead since the bombardment began is approaching 2,000. If you're one of those unable to leave on time, you're now praying that the clock will stop ticking.
Warwick O'Brien reporting. Well, in the last hour, we've heard that infantry and tank units have taken part in raids into Gaza. Well, our foreign affairs correspondent, Sikandar Kamani, is with me now. Sikandar, it's good to see you here in Jerusalem. Is this it then? Have they started?
Well, look, information just emerging about what the Israeli army is calling a series of localized raids by soldiers and tanks into the Gaza Strip aimed at helping locate the hostages, the more than 100 Israeli hostages that have been taken by Hamas into the Gaza Strip. So this doesn't seem like it's the start necessarily, or the very absolute beginning of this ground offensive, though that could well be imminent because we've been hearing this very controversial, much criticized order from the Israelis for everyone in the north of the Gaza Strip to evacuate down to the south. So it does seem that it's about to happen. But coming back to this issue of Israeli hostages, that we know is a real priority for them. We've seen as well, just in the last few minutes, Hamas release a video in which you see their armed fighters with Israeli soldiers, with Israeli babies. Now, presumably they're doing that because they want to show that these children are being looked after, but really it's a very, very chilling video.
And just briefly, you talked to Israeli troops yesterday. What's their morale like? Because this could be a big trap for them as well, couldn't it?
Well, certainly, there's likely to be Israeli military deaths in the Gaza Strip. Many, of course, more Palestinian deaths will be caused. But the mood amongst the Israeli troops, it seems very gung-ho. I mean, they are really...
Keep in mind, a lot of those Israeli troops are also young, like adults, children. They're being enlisted in the army. They have to. Israeli people have to serve time in the military, and you're having to be serving in that, and you're being told to go out and defend the Jewish settlers. So it's those people are also being radicalized against Palestinians.
Seems motivated by a desire for revenge. They probably wouldn't categorize it like that, but there's been this sense of collective trauma about this attack and the nature of this attack in Israel, and that's leading for this desire for revenge. And that's, of course, leading to these awful scenes that we're seeing play out in Gaza.
Sikander, thanks very much, and thanks for all your amazing reports. Thank you. Well, earlier I spoke to a doctor who's moved 4 times this week in an attempt to stay safe, to stay alive, but has remained in Gaza City in the north of the Strip. Dr. Kamis Elesi is a neuro-rehabilitation and pain medicine consultant. I asked him why he hadn't evacuated to the south.
He can't go because there are thousands of people who are trying to flee. And not only that, there's no place for them to go, because you go to Khan Yunis, you go to Middle Zone, you will find chilling and killing. So you will rush back to your home and you say, I would rather die in your home rather than to die in a place in the street, because there is no place safe in Gaza. No place is safe now in Gaza.
So just to be clear, you are not going to evacuate, and there are thousands of people around you, you're telling me, who are either unable to evacuate or don't want to evacuate.
No, because even we tried to evacuate, the police officers are blocking the roads, so they said we don't want another Nakba, another transfer, and this is for some. So when I was thinking of going, they said you cannot because the road is blocked. So I turned back and go back to my third place of transfer, because I've moved 3 places already. So it's beyond imagination.
So just to be clear, the authorities, and by that I mean Hamas, are telling people they cannot leave the evacuation area because they want to avoid another transfer. In other words, the wholesale removal of the people, like in 1948, with those people, they're not allowed to return to their homes.
Yes.
Okay, and is that what they're telling you at the checkpoints?
Yes, they're telling you. I mean, we don't want you to move. This will not happen, and we will not allow it to happen. And even if we wanted to go, we find no place, because we found them coming from Khan Yunis to Gaza. They're running from Khan Yunis. So when we saw people running from Khan Yunis and Rafah, which is supposed to be the final destination, back to Gaza, and they're running for their life.
What do you expect then from the next 24 or 48 hours?
I expect more and more death to be recorded, because every day we're adding 200s, 300s to the numbers of death. Just yesterday, we were recording 1,100. This afternoon, we have 1,300. Now we have 1,800. So, and if we are allowed to get the dead from under the rubble, the kids who were buried under their homes, the numbers will exceed 2,500, I'm telling you. The number will exceed 2,500 right now. So more and more will be killed. And for what? For what? Just to feed the arrogance of some leaders. So this is a final message. Maybe tomorrow you will not find me. I will be among the dead. But this is the message that I want to convey to you first, and to every other man with a living conscience in his heart and his mind, to stop this ongoing onslaught and stop it now.
Dr.
So this man, I mean, that's such a powerful message. He's like, you know what? Tomorrow I might be amongst the dead. And he's saying, you know, a lot of people, you know, it's so funny. We're looking at that Israeli girl who experienced Hamas coming in and terrorizing that whole and slaughtering so many people from that music festival. And she kind of said the same thing. And a lot of people who are just stuck in these situations kind of are saying the same thing. They're like, somebody has to say no to the slaughter. Somebody has to say this is enough and stop it. Who's stopping it right now? Nobody. It's just reaction on top of reaction on top of reaction and reaction and reaction, and so many innocent people are getting slaughtered in the meantime because of this.
See, I hear what you're saying, and the situation sounds terrible. And I'm very glad that you're telling us your story and describing the situation where you are, because it needs to be heard. But can you just, in some detail, tell us what's going on in your hospital, the state of the patients, the difficulty of evacuating any patients under these circumstances. Just describe that to me, please.
In fact, yesterday I was a chief hospital, and yesterday they still have maybe some fuels for 3 days more. So in 2 days, the hospital will be shut down. Today, they have no more beds for patients, no more beds in the ICU. So patients are being seen on the stairs, in the streets, near the car parks, because they have no more beds. Patients are coming in hundreds. Unfortunately, more and more patients coming with severe injuries, no more medicines, no more drugs, no more light, no more oxygen, no more ventilators for the ICU patient because no more electricity. So more and more patients will be dying indirectly because of this ongoing onslaught before the eyes and ears of the modern world, unfortunately.
All right, Dr. Thomas Alessi, thank you very much indeed for giving us that interview, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now, the US is working with aid agencies on setting up safe areas for civilians in Gaza. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is on a 7-country Middle East tour, taking in Jordan, Qatar, Bahrain and Saudi Arabia today alone, as he tries to stop the conflict between Israel and Hamas spiraling into a bigger war. It already threatens to pull in Lebanon after Israel shelled the Lebanese army observation post at the border. The Reuters news agency says that one of its journalists was killed. Friday prayers in Jerusalem are never straightforward, even in calmer times. But danger now hangs in the air, more than ever. As pungent as the tear gas used to attempt to defuse the situation. The region is now a powder keg, with civilian populations incandescent at the siege and bombardment of Gaza. Many of those in Jordan used to live in the neighbouring West Bank, but authorities there were pushing protesters back from the border with tear gas, a sign of the tightrope that Israel's neighbours are now walking, how to express outrage without escalating the conflict. Israel has already clashed with its northern neighbours this week, and leaders of Lebanon's militant group Hezbollah welcomed their colleagues from Iran today. Together with Hamas, they form what Israel calls the new axis of evil. But preventing them from joining the conflict is now the major aim of diplomatic efforts across the world.
The calls with us by great powers, Arab countries, envoys of the United Nations, asking us not to interfere in the battle will have no effect. Every time we ask them, why do you not stop the war? They tell us, do not intervene in the battle.
Mr. Secretary, how are you? You are welcome.
Western officials, for their part, are now on the whirlwind tour of the region, desperate to put the brakes on an already spiralling situation. US Secretary of State Antony Blinken met with the King of Jordan and Mahmoud Abbas, the 87-year-old president of the Palestinian Authority, and whose influence on the conflict is more theory than practice. More promising, perhaps, maybe tonight's talks with the Qataris, better placed to broker between Hamas and Iran.
I think Antony Blinken is doing his best. I think the fact that he's already landed in Qatar and meeting the emir there is extremely significant. I think Qatar is a very wise choice given its links both with Israel and Hamas and in the region. I think intensifying the diplomatic efforts ahead of any further inevitable escalation is absolutely key, given that with escalation the humanitarian situation will deteriorate rapidly.
We're with you, Mr. Prime Minister, and as the President said, we have your back. And,
US Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin was in Tel Aviv to affirm the unequivocal support being given to Israel. No need.
This is where I get uncomfortable. Is like the immediate extreme support for Israel, because I don't think that's the right move. But who gives a shit what I think, right? Because what the fuck do I know, honestly? I'm just really uncomfortable with the overwhelming support for Israel which, you know, in some sense is warranted due to the slaughtering of Israeli civilians. And the timing is off to even, like, because he can't really come out and be like, well, just supports Palestine, you know, because it's like you have to come across the position where you're really feeling for the people, right? But it's just like, it makes me really uncomfortable if we're constantly painting this narrative in the US, which I think is going to be the main thing, that in the US it's painted as Israel is in its right to do what it's doing, and that should be supported. Israel should be supported. And while they're just slaughtering Palestinians. This is giving into Islamophobia, I think. And on the same note, you also can't be like purely pro-Palestinian, because like a lot of people will take that as anti-Semitism, which, to be clear, I am completely anti-Zionist. I am anti-Zionist. Definitely not anti-Semitic. I have nothing against Jewish people. But when there's this Jewish Zionist mentality coming in to take over Palestinian people, that's when I have a fucking problem.
For soft words, when your arrival is preceded by the biggest aircraft carrier group in the US, now parked in the eastern Mediterranean. But this too is a tightrope, with the UN warning that Israel's next action could turn a tragedy into a calamity. If the West becomes complicit, will anyone take their calls for restraint seriously?
For any country, for any group, or anyone thinking about trying to take advantage of this atrocity, to try to widen the conflict or to spill more blood, we have just one word: don't.
One theory is that Hamas has laid a trap for Israel by luring it into the Gaza Strip with the viciousness of its attack a week ago. Israeli soldiers fighting at close quarters in streets turned into a warren of rubble. But it could also be a trap, or at least a moral maze, for Israel's backers wherever they are. Does unflinching support for the country that has suffered the worst loss of life since the Holocaust create a calamity for innocent Palestinian civilians, with consequences felt for years to come? Well, joining me now from Washington, D.C. is John Kirby, the White House National Security spokesperson. Thank you so much for taking time to come on our program, Mr. Kirby. We are all united, I think, in shock at the appalling events of last Saturday. But would you agree with the United Nations that Israel's order for 1.1 million people to evacuate the north of the Gaza Strip in less than 24 hours is almost certain to lead to calamity?
We're concerned about the fact that Hamas is throwing up roadblocks and not letting people and ordering them to stay in their homes. Now, I'll let the IDF speak for their evacuation order. It's a tall order, to be sure. To try to move that many people south in that kind of a time frame, I mean, that's, I think, you know, they should be the ones to talk about their desires to do that. I think we understand essentially the goal behind this was to try to get civilians out of harm's way, and that's a commendable goal because it's Hamas that's putting them in harm's way, not only by sheltering in hospitals and schools and tunnels underneath their houses.
No, it's not just Hamas that's putting people in harm's way.
But now telling them to stay home and putting up roadblocks in case they want to leave.
Now, one of the reasons why they're putting up these roadblocks, apparently, is that they're worried that if people are going to leave the north of the Gaza Strip, they won't be allowed back. You know, it was going to be another 1948 when people were forced to leave areas in other parts of what is now Israel, and they weren't allowed to come back. They called that the big disaster, the Nakba. They don't want another one like that. Do you understand what they're trying to say here?
No, I actually disagree 100%. The reason they don't want people to leave is because they want to use these innocent Palestinian civilians as human shields. That's what they're trying to do. I think if you try to ascribe some sort of humanitarian purpose to Hamas, that's a...
But how much can you use Hamas as an excuse to also kill and slaughter civilians yourself? I'm sorry, but there's so much on Israel that's like supposedly targeting just Hamas, but also manages to slaughter civilians in its own right.
fool's errand.
It's more about the land that they're afraid of, losing at the end of the day. And of course, Palestinians know what they're talking about when it comes to that. But let me put it to you like this, or let me ask you this question. The key to all this might be Egypt. Egypt opening the Rafah Gate in the south of the Gaza Strip and allowing people to take shelter there if and when the situation gets even worse. The Egyptians have kept that gate closed. Are you trying to impress upon them that it should be open?
Yes, we are talking very concertedly with Israelis and with our Egyptian counterparts to see if we can provide some kind of safe passage out through Rafah so that those citizens of Gaza that want to leave, that they'll have the ability to do so safely and efficiently. We do not think that innocent civilians in Palestinian Gaza should have to suffer any more than they already have by what the situation Hamas has put them in.
But I mean, they've suffered already in the thousands of bombardments from Israel in the last week in retaliation to the terrible attacks of Saturday. I wonder also what you make of reports that have now been verified by human rights groups that Israelis have used white phosphorus bombs in their attacks.
We cannot confirm those reports. We've seen them, but we're not in a position to be able to confirm them.
And are you telling the Israelis, to be cautious, to rein in some of their attacks, to be cautious with civilians? Because so far we've seen very little evidence of that.
No, the right number of civilian casualties is 0. Of course, we don't want to see any more civilian lives cut short in Israel or in Gaza. That's what obviously we desire, and we are having active and continued conversations with our Israeli counterparts about the law of war, the law of armed conflict, and respect for innocent human life.
There have been many reports, I'm sure you've seen them as well, that actually the Egyptians were telling the Israelis and the Americans that they had intelligence of such an imminent attack from Hamas. Can you confirm that?
I cannot.
Okay. Let me try another one. It's been said by many people in this country that the attack of October the 7th was Israel's 9/11. Now, I think we can all agree that after 9/11, America made a few big mistakes in hindsight. Iraq, Afghanistan, the quick withdrawal, etc. What are you telling Israel and when it comes to not repeating the mistakes that you made and that they should not make?
I don't believe that the context and the contours of the conversations that we're having with Israel, and I'm not going to detail diplomatic conversations here, but the contours are not around what happened in 2001 and 2002. It's around what's happening in 2023. And yes, it was on the suffering that Israeli has gone through is certainly equivalent to their version of a 9/11, but they get to talk about what this means to them. They get to talk about what they're going to do going forward. They get to make those decisions. The IDF is, I'm not going to speak for their military operations, and we're certainly not shaping our conversations with them about mistakes made 23 years ago.
Okay, but you also provide them the means with which to retaliate, the means with which to defend themselves. So are you telling them that if they go too far, if it's too excessive, they risk a much wider conflict in the Middle East?
Now, I really do appreciate the effort to try to get me to detail our conversations with the Israelis, but I'm simply not going to do that.
Mark has a point. Mark says, has it landed for everybody that the mainstream Republican Party no longer belongs to conservatives, but to fascists who are weak in the knees for global fascism? Our current Republican Party here in the West definitely aligns more with fascism than anything else. And that's why I think the majority of the support you're going to see in the U.S. is going to be for Israel. Especially while they are supporting them military-wise with their efforts.
The president has had 3 conversations with Prime Minister Netanyahu. The Secretary of Defense is there today. Secretary of State was there yesterday. We're obviously in close touch with our Israeli partners. They have every right to defend themselves. They have every right to go after Hamas and to try to eliminate that threat, that dastardly, brutal, depraved threat that they faced last weekend. And as Secretary Austin said today, we stand with you. We're going to stay standing with you. We're going to make sure you have the tools and capabilities that you need to protect your citizens.
John Kirby, thank you very much for coming on the programme. Now, many countries in the Middle East have urged Israel to hold off on plans for an all-out assault on northern Gaza. With roads turned to rubble by airstrikes and fuel running out, the UN says it's impossible to evacuate such a huge number of people in such a short space of time. And for people who are serious...
People? You mean children? Just like, it's kids that are like trying to get out of there.
Ill or injured, it amounts to a death sentence. Paul McNamara looks at what such a massive evacuation means in a place like Gaza and how a ground invasion might unfold.
Tanks and troops amassing in their thousands along the border with Gaza. Positions already dug in and firing. What's expected next? A vast escalation. Israel has called for everyone north of the wetland called Wadi Gaza, including Gaza City, to evacuate south. Some 1.1 million people. But it's not just homes that must be evacuated. This area contains at least 10 hospitals, 3 UN-run compounds and 2 refugee camps. From the top of Gaza to the Wadi, it's only about 10 miles, a 4-hour walk on clear roads. But since Saturday, there have been more than 6,000 airstrikes across Gaza, leaving many roads unpassable. And if the deadline is to be met, since announcing it last night, 46,000 people would have had to cross from north of Gaza to the south every single hour.
And do what? Okay, so you walk like 15 miles from north to south, and then do what? Where do you go? Where do you sleep? Where do you get food? That you don't get that.
What's going to happen is not yet wholly decided. The basic choice is whether you essentially have a raid where you go in, do what you can, and then get out again as quickly as possible, or you really attempt to change the political and military situation within Gaza, which will take a much longer time.
Some 300,000 Israeli reservists have been activated, alongside a standing force of more than 160,000, outnumbering Hamas's estimated 30,000 fighters. If a ground invasion ensues, the result is likely to be devastating, say strategists.
If I was to characterize it as anything, it will be like Mosul or Raqqa in Iraq and Syria. The Iraqi security forces, with coalition air support, had to go do block by block fighting to clear Daesh out of.
I think I'm just gonna end it here, because we're at the point now where North Gaza is having to evacuate to southern Gaza. Those people don't really have a lot of options, and let's just say this situation is going to get from bad to worse, like really quick. And I hope that you all come away knowing more about the situation than you did before. And like I said, I'm not going to come into this saying, what side you should be rooting for, but just understanding the reality tunnels of each side and where they're coming from and why there is so much conflict. This situation is going on right now, and it's still developing, and we will be catching up on it more in the future. Get me out of this. So, anyways, look, from a Neogenian perspective, ultimately we want unity among people. This is obviously very convoluted, and the only way the situation is going to get better is if people decide to stop slaughtering other people. There's got to be some sort of consensus to that. Because, I mean, there's only two choices. A, you try to resolve the conflict with more slaughter, or B, you try to resolve the conflict with less slaughter. And frankly, B is the better option, because we don't want people to be slaughtered at all. These things need to be solved a lot more amicably, but I am naive as to how this particular conflict could be solved. It's not my place to state how to solve the situation, so I am naive in that sense, and, you know, just really helpless in just looking at the situation and not really being able to do anything but just simply give commentary to it, as somebody who's extremely outside of this. But, you know, I hope that your experience in joining me during my live stream leads you to not necessarily think about what side you should choose, but what you should choose or decide that humanity should be, like, leaning towards, which is obviously unity and collaboration and goals to come together and evolve. Revolution is something that I'm definitely for as a whole human race. Revolution against oppressing systems, but, you know, revolution in my mind is not blood and guts. Does it come to that? Sure. But if you focus on the blood and guts as the only solution to the problems, I think you've lost. Because I think at that point you're just obsessed with the blood spilling, and you really don't care about the aftermath, and you don't care about the future afterwards. You're just obsessed with the idea of revolution itself. You don't care what revolution actually means. That's my opinion. Anyways, hey, I'm going to use the bathroom again, and then we're just going to have a little bit of a palate cleanser for like 10-15 minutes, and then we're going to sign up for the night. Okay? Okay. Okay. Well, it's getting to be Halloween time, so I don't know. Jeez. What do we got? We got pretty much 2 weeks to Halloween. All right. Oh, it's Friday the 13th. I forgot about that. What is Friday the 13th all about?
For centuries, we've been wary of the number 13. We've built office blocks and condominiums with 12th and 14th floors, but no 13th. And Winston Churchill, considered by many to be one of the most rational and pragmatic historical figures, refused to sit in the 13th row at the theater. Even some airlines, like Continental, Air France, and Ryanair, don't have a 13th row. We both fear and respect the number 13, but just what is triskaidekaphobia, the fear of the number 13, and where does it originate from? Today we'll find out. In this episode of the Infographic Show, why are we afraid of Friday the 13th and the number 13?
Why?
Well, we must consider the number 12 as the perfect number. The ancient Sumerians produced a numeral system based on the number 12 that we still enjoy today. Calendars have 12 months, the day is halved by 2 sets of 12, 12 is a whole, complete, perfectly divisible number. So why then is 13 so sinister? Is it just that 12 is so ideal that we must find something inherently bad in 13? As any theology student will tell you, there were 13 disciples at the Last Supper, and the 13th person to take his seat was probably Jesus, although some say it was the backstabbing Judas who took chair number 13.
Really? We gotta go back to Jesus. Jesus is the reason we hate 13.
Whoever took that last 13th seat came to a sticky end. Matthew says that Judas committed suicide.
Wait. Whoa. What? A sticky end? Why are we calling it sticky? You make it sound like a gangbang bukkake. Like, what the hell
While
is
the
going
early
on?
Christian leader Papias says that Judas walked around in the world a sad example of impiety, for his body having swollen to such an extent that he could not pass where a chariot could pass easily. So Judas may well have grown to a size 13. The Last Supper took place on the 13th day of the month, and the crucifixion occurred on Friday the 13th. The Knights Templar, protectors of the Holy Grail, the cup Jesus drank from at the ominous shindig.
I've had enough of that. Anyways, let's watch some scary stuff. Sir Spooks, what is this?
Hello everyone, my name is Sir Spooks, and today we'll
Sir
take a look at
Spooks.
13 scary videos. But before we begin, make sure to subscribe to my channel for more scary content. I have a goal of reaching 1 million subscribers, so it would mean a lot to me if you help me get.
And I have a goal of reaching 1,500 subscribers, so please subscribe to my channel, like this live stream, do all that stuff, like and subscribe, because, you know, if you don't, then that means you hate me. I don't know.
There. Alright, with that said, let's begin. The following video comes to us from a YouTube channel by the name of Intelligent Haunting, who posted the clip on March 12th, 2011. The footage itself, however, is quite a lot older than that. The video in question seems to be quite odd upon first inspection, and it can be difficult to pinpoint what exactly is going on for the vast majority of the time, but thankfully we do have a bit of context.
What is it?
The uploader writes, quote, "In 1996, while hiking in the Pacific Northwest with his dog Susie, Dr. Jonathan Reed found a strange alien creature and a hovering black obelisk. Reed claims to have killed the
An obelisk.
alien,
Wait,
brought
he
it back
killed
to
it?
his house and photographed it. However, the alien was found to be still
Hey, Elise, thank you so much for gifting a membership. That's so awesome of you. And Cassie got it. That's amazing. Okay, disco balls in the chat. Disco balls in the chat, baby.
alive." End quote. Let's take a look at the terrifying footage.
This is dumb. This is like supposedly the incident where like a man was walking through a forest with his dog, and then they came across the weird like spaceship, and there was a being there that grabbed his dog and like killed his dog, and then he bludgeoned the alien and he brought it back to his place, and supposedly this is the footage, but that's just like, it's just full of shit. We don't care. It's not real.
Imagine you purchase a new house, excited to finally move in and enjoy the rest of your life in an exciting brand new environment. Most people would be thrilled to do this, but sadly, the same cannot be said about this TikTok user whose username is Ghost Club Paranormal. She says that at the time...
Why is it always the YouTube channels that specialize in paranormal stuff have the most astounding videos of paranormal incidences? That seems a bit of a conflict of interest, don't you think?
Time of the recording, it's the third day of her experiencing something creepy while all alone at her new house. The thing that's creeping her out is this strange rocking chair. While it definitely appears to just be any ordinary rocking chair, it shortly shows its true colors. Take a look.
Okay, I just had to go into the kitchen to get my phone. But I was just walking by this hallway. That chair is clearly broken by itself.
Clearly.
I just heard a noise come from over there. There's no drafts. There's no fan. There's somebody here. Can you make a banging noise for me?
I didn't hear any knock.
I heard a knock from the kitchen, but
I didn't hear any knock. This is boring. Boring. Boring.
This TikTok video takes place in the middle of the night, where a group of men are outside investigating the sewers after they heard some strange noises coming from them, trying to figure out what the cause could be. As we can see, the men have placed some kind of tube-like equipment into the sewers, perhaps using these tools as a way to see what's down there. At first, it doesn't appear as though they're going to successfully find anything, but that all changes rather quickly.
Se lo juro que había algo ahí. ¿Nos devolvemos? Créame que yo no vi nada más. Hubiera visto algo. Es que yo iba pasando por acá y esa vuelta está destapada. No, si es risa, si es risa, ahí ya la pardial. Perro, si lo vi. Ahí ya la pardial. Perro, si lo vi.
Out of nowhere, a mysterious face appears from the sewers, causing the cameraman to back up immediately in terror before the video abruptly ends. Interestingly, the other men that were there didn't react the same way. Could this be because they simply didn't see the strange creature? Were they just not scared of it? Or was there some other reason why they didn't react? Either way, it begs the question, what exactly is this creepy entity and what was it doing lurking around in the sewers late at night? Let's hope that whatever that thing is long gone now. Man, watching all these scary videos can be tough sometimes. Every once in a while it's smart to take a break and do something else. I personally like to play tons of lasers/lights that beam
Shut
up
up!
into the
I
sky.
don't care about your
I know
goddamn
it's not
man.
that insane of a video, just 3 lights pretty much, but the recent triangle video reminded me, end quote. Let's take a look at this video and see what exactly the uploader was able to capture that day.
Drones? Drones? Is that drones?
You have to choose someone else. Choose someone else.
While it's impossible to decipher whether or not it's actually a UFO or something else, there's simply no denying that there is a triangular shaped object.
Drones.
Let me know in the comments below.
Drones.
On August 7th, 2007, a YouTube channel by the name of Fallen Ramon posted the following piece of footage online. In the description of the video, the uploader writes, quote, "Me and my roommate kept on hearing strange noises coming from the last bedroom during the night, so we set up our webcam to record throughout the entire night, and we came across this." End quote.
Okay. Great. A door. I'm so cynical when it comes to like scary videos. Like I'm such like ah! That was obviously your child.
See the little girl? Keep watching.
I mean, a child is very frightening and scary, so ah! A child!
Let's just hope that after all these years, this uploader and the roommate are doing much better and are living in a place that isn't being occupied by a strange, ghostly little girl. This next video, coming to us from a YouTube channel known as Ryandy74, posted on February 16th, 2008, is certainly quite the shaky and blurry video, to say the least.
It's 2023, okay? Everybody has HD video capabilities on their cell phones. Why in the fuck are we still receiving paranormal videos of ghosts or UFOs or whatever the fuck, Bigfoot dick in your face? That's like so horribly pixelated and just shitty quality. It does not make any sense to me. Why is this still happening?
But it's still quite an unsettling piece of footage to watch. In the video, some guys appear to just be going about their day and minding their own business at some camp located in Singapore. It's truly one of those videos that if you watched, you probably wouldn't think twice about it. However, it harbors a dark secret and shows something eerie. Take a look.
Okay lah, 1.3 megapixel lah. 1.3.
What is this?
Queen sir, queen.
What am I looking at?
Queen sir,
Oh my god, look at that.
Okay ke? Dia mahal lah. Mahal lah. Dia naik mahal. Old Hendrix.
At one point towards the end of the video, something odd appears behind the men. While it isn't definitive, most people who watch this video seem to believe that a
boring.
A woman on TikTok by the username of Sam I guess seems to be having experiences with strange entities from the beyond, as she said that she set up her phone in the kitchen to film for an hour.
You know what? I really love like cryptid sort of things, and honestly, if Bigfoot is real, okay, some sort of Sasquatch, like I don't think we're gonna be able to find it. And I get really irritated with, like, Bigfoot hunters, like, people that have teams that go out into forests at night, and they're like, we're gonna, like, camp out here for, like, 3 nights and try to find a Bigfoot. It's like, dude, go out into a forest at night and camp out and try to find, like, a deer, or, like, a fox, or, like, a wolf, or any fucking regular animal at all. The likelihood of you randomly camping somewhere and particularly coming across a Bigfoot, let alone like a deer or anything else common, is so few and far between. Like, you could sit there and stake out for a whole fucking week or a couple weeks, like, and not see anything. Not see a damn thing. You couldn't even see like a fucking rabbit. So what makes you think you're gonna see a Bigfoot, and what makes you think that 2 to 3 days or a week of camping out in the forest, like, is gonna prove or not prove that Bigfoot exists? Just saying. Just saying.
Hour. She probably didn't expect to actually catch anything on.
You can find a deer. See my Facebook. Says Mark. I saw your deer. I think I did see your deer pictures. They look really majestic. I live in an area where there's deer everywhere. And they're just vermin here. I mean, they're not like mystical, majestic forest creatures that are just like very delicate and dainty and just like graceful. Like the deer that I have in my neighborhood are like cheap dollar store lipstick deer that they just like get up in your like garbages and like in your gardens and they just eat your flowers and just like they're just vermin and they poop all over the place. Like they're I don't like them. They're stinky. They're covered in ticks. Like ugh.
Tape, but as it turns out, she actually did manage to record something truly creepy. Have a look at the back door.
Everybody look at the back door. Look at the back door. Do not look away. Do not blink. Do not blink for a second. If you blink, you die. What is that?
It only appears for about a second or so, but if you look just carefully enough, you should be able to see what appears to be an eerie ghostly apparition casually striding along before vanishing into thin air.
Oh no.
A lot of people who have seen this video are commenting and asking her how she can comfortably live in that house.
I don't care.
This video was posted to YouTube on November 9th, 2021, and plunges us straight into a harrowing situation. Someone is filming from the safety of their vehicle as a massive flood/river rapid is transpiring outside. Cars can be seen driving around, all while the road is absolutely covered in water. Not only is this video shocking for the weather conditions, but also because it harbors a paranormal entity. Don't believe me? Watch at the 15-second mark and see if you spot anything off. Take a look.
It is literally a river rapid. Look.
I'm not seeing anything.
Oh my god. Look at this. I've never seen anything like it.
Right behind one of the pillars at the building known as the London House, what appears to be a creepy shadow figure can be seen briefly peeking out at the camera before it ultimately goes back into hiding, never to be seen again on the video.
That's obviously a person. Come on. Like, stop it.
Located in Honobia, Oklahoma. The footage in question shows someone walking around in the forest in the middle of the day with seemingly nothing out of the ordinary. However, if you look closely, you should be able to see something quite odd in the forest.
Oh, there's something back there. Is that a person? Hello? Yoo-hoo! Yoo-hoo! Oh, yoo-hoo!
A massive, tall and lanky creature can be seen lurking around the forest as the videographer proceeds to pan the camera around the forest.
It's your mom coming to meet me in the woods for me to lay her down. Ow!
Slowly but surely. Unfortunately, because the creature is extremely shrouded in trees, we cannot ever get a totally clear view of the creature throughout the entire duration of the video, but we do get the occasional glimpse. Ever since this video's upload, many people seem to be convinced that the video in question shows proof of the existence of Bigfoot, and it definitely seems to fit the description.
Mark says the conspicuous thing about Bigfoot, Sasquatch, or Yeti is that an oversized departure from early hominid family tree would need to exist in breeding colonies sizable enough to avoid extinction. And they would be present in burial mounds and late modern fossil record. Yeah, that's a good point. But, like, do we have any fossils of some sort of, like, other, like, hominid creature? Because I don't think we do. I don't know. Because, like, I could definitely go for some sort of, like, Sasquatch existing before pretty much any other cryptid.
But how can we be certain? Sadly, we've been in less than 3 months. You hear your 1-year-old daughter crying from her crib in her room. Walk in and see this. What exactly do you do? End quote.
So if my baby daughter is crying in her crib and I walk into the room and I see this happening, what would I do? I would immediately throw both the chair and the footstool outside in the garbage, okay? If a child comes to me and says, "Daddy, my doll is haunted," I'm throwing it and I'm like, all right, it's going outside. It's like, "Daddy, the chair is rocking by itself." It's like, outside. Like, if I see my keys move across the kitchen counter due to paranormal reason, I'm throwing them out in the garbage, okay? Everything, every haunted item affected is going outside in the garbage, okay? Like, I will burn the whole fucking house! I will burn the whole fucking house, okay? Or, if I'm trapped in a house with some sort of poltergeist, I would just torture it to death with, like, whatever music I can blast through my house. I think it would be like a big dick challenge for me. Like, if I had some sort of poltergeist or ghost in my house, I'd be like, "Dude, I'm not trapped in here with you. You're trapped in here with me." You know what I'm saying? Like, you want to dance? Let's go.
Ever since the video has been uploaded just a few days ago, it has blown up on the subreddit, with many people being thoroughly creeped out by the footage, and understandably so. Dealing with the paranormal is frightening enough as it is, but when your family is involved, especially your young one, it becomes 10 times more terrifying. What would you do in this situation?
Oh my god. Like, if there was a poltergeist in my house, I'd be like, "Okay, you really want to be in here with me? We are listening to the best of ABBA 24/7, honey. Just you buckle in and get ready. We're going on a disco ride."
A video posted on January 25th, 2021 by the YouTube channel Haunting Jersey starts off normal enough as we watch a young girl playing around with her pet kitty, simply enjoying the day. It's a cute video as we watch the adorable animal being pet and showed some love, but unfortunately this wholesome video is about to take a seriously dark turn in just a moment. Let's watch.
You look so tired.
Oh, what the fuck? Whoa.
Out of nowhere, one of the dining chairs is pushed backwards.
Do you think this is real, or do you think somebody has string attached to it? Do you think this is real, or do you think this is set up? 1 in the chat if you think it's real, and 2 in the chat if you think it's set up.
Seemingly by nothing. The young girl is absolutely shocked at seeing this and can only stare at the chair in complete bewilderment. However, when the chair is pushed back even further, the girl proceeds to pick the kitty up and hurry out of there as fast as she possibly can before the video ends abruptly afterwards. To this day, it is still unknown what happened here. Was this some sort of ghost playing around with this family? If so, why? Or was it a hoax? it seems like we may never get a concrete answer. These next two videos come to us from a TikTok account known as House Haunted, and are only 10 seconds in length each, but trust me when I say that that's plenty of time to get scared. The first video follows someone walking around very stealthily inside of a house. It seems like they are trying to make as little noise as possible as they try to investigate the hallway. As soon as they turn the corner, they are absolutely shocked to see this.
Ah! Ah! That's your hideous wardrobe coming to haunt you for your terrible decisions on fashion.
The second video shows a woman standing in front of a stove, presumably preparing to cook something for dinner, when all of a sudden she gets a very rude interruption from beyond. If this house is as haunted as these videos seem to suggest, then I think that it would be a good idea for this homeowner to look into a new place to move into as soon as she...
It kind of reminds me of this scary movie. I think it's called Fabric, or The Fabric. Which is it? Fabric movie. In Fabric. Okay. In Fabric is a horror movie that I actually really like. It's very 1970s styled, and it's like a haunted dress and like a haunted mall, and it's like a weird like crazy cult that like operates the mall and like feeds off the soul of people who like wear the dress. It's crazy. It's a crazy movie. I love it a lot. I like Fabric. Are we allowed to watch a trailer? I don't think so.
A purchase on a horizon?
I'm just looking, thank you.
The hesitation in your voice, soon to be an echo in the recesses of the spheres of retail. The dress is your image, onto what you project through an illusion.
Like, the style, like, the aesthetic style of this movie is so beautiful. I love that weird 1970s sort of, like, iridescent, like, I don't know, just that weird, like, creepy space of just, like, glamour and horror.
I'm just going on a date. I don't normally wear this kind of thing.
Be bold. Your date will compliment you. I would like you to announce the numbers to your telephone.
01632 960 7
and 7
8
and 8 and 6 and stop.
As promised.
Thank you.
You look different.
Oh my God, what's that? That looks nasty. Maybe just the washing powder. I hope it isn't catchy.
How's it going, Sheila?
Everything's fine.
What happened to your hand?
Washing machine went for nothing.
Seriously, you need to, like, check out this movie.
Honest.
It's great.
You who wear me will know me.
What's that supposed to mean?
It's just a cheap bit of mystery.
I think something's wrong with that dress.
Don't tell me you're scared of a dress.
The dog ripped it to pieces.
It's brand spanking new almost. Such a pretty dress. Anything nice in the sales?
Just a dress.
Totally. Watch In Fabric. It's like about a killer dress. It's great.
humanly possible.
Alright, last one. What is this?
Imagine you're on a commercial aircraft, simply trying to enjoy your flight, only to discover later on that you were being followed in the air by
What are we flying American West? What's
a
going on?
UFO. This Reddit video was filmed and posted by
Are we riding like Southwest Airlines? What's
a
going on?
user by the name of Redman Matt 11, who filmed the incident near LaGuardia in New York. Matt films the plane being trailed by the UFO as he and a few others can only stare up at the sky in complete awe of what's going on.
Oh my god, that looks totally real.
Hold on. Are you serious right now? What is that? It's getting closer to it. What the is that? What are you looking at?
There's a dot following that plane.
Everyone in the video seems to be freaked out by this incident, and it's certainly not hard to see why. What would you do if you found out that this plane was the plane that you were on?
Nothing, you just how would you know? I mean, we don't know what that is. It's just
And
the
this
dot.
video also begs the question, has this ever happened before? Does this happen a lot more than we think it does?
Somebody give me some videos that actually make me go, okay? Alright, find that out. Some people, okay, for the next 2 weeks, send me videos that actually are scary, okay? Please. Anyways. Hey, thank you all so much for joining me tonight. We had a very difficult discussion about the situation in the Middle East, and it's definitely not the end of this, you know, we're still going to keep up on this in the future, especially as the situation unfolds right before our eyes. Remember to keep reason about you. Don't give in to propaganda, things like that. You know, keep your wits about you and don't fall for the bullshit. Thank you so much to our moderators tonight for keeping the chat safe and clean. I really appreciate you coming in and dedicating your time to moderating this. And thank you to everybody who sent super chats and became a member. I really appreciate you so much. To all my members, I love you. Your support means the world to me. And we will see you next Friday. Enjoy your weekend. I don't know if anything's going on tomorrow. I don't know if anybody's releasing anything tomorrow. That I'm uncertain of at this point in time. But if so, I will be there. And yeah, good night, everybody. Good night, Cassidy. Good night, Fachita, Katrina, Heretical Response, Laura. Good night, Cassie. Thank you so much for coming. It really means a lot to me. Thank you, Tyler. Good night, everybody. Good night, Crystal Mason. Thank you so much for coming, Crystal. MC Heavyset, thank you so much for coming. Caligiostro, thank you so much for coming. Yeah, and to everybody, have a good weekend, and I will see you next Friday, okay? Take care, dear Zetas, and we will see you next time, all right? Goodbye. Goodbye. Goodbye, good night. Goodbye, good night. Mwah, mwah.